All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys so very much for joining us again here this afternoon. I appreciate you guys as we delve back into Idaho. We're going to be reviewing a little bit more of the documents that we didn't get to look at, another affidavit, and just it's going to be a wide open discussion about our thoughts on the documents and so on and so forth. I have something to discuss first and foremost before we get started with that. So please make sure to hit the like button, share this out, and let's do this, guys. Here we go. All right, sorry guys. Welcome back to the Cat Bait, guys. Sunday afternoon. Hope you're all having a great day. Thank you guys for joining us again as we delve into another open discussion, document breakdown, just general conversation in regards to what we've been seeing come out of Idaho, so on and so forth. Welcome back, all of you. First thing I want to touch on, first and foremost, over everything, more important than anything, okay? Give me a moment here, guys. One of our beloved, and absolutely beloved, I mean that by all, more than you could understood, community members here, whom we all adore, Miss Barbara Hall, the owner of Timmy's Legacies channel. For those of you that aren't familiar, been part of this community for quite a while. She's unfortunately gone missing, guys. I'm beyond nauseous and brokenhearted over this. There is a missing poster put together. I do believe Duchess put this together, and I appreciate that so very much. This is Miss Barbara, whom we all adore and love beyond a level that can be explained. Sorry, guys. I want to make sure you guys see the whole thing. I don't have any understanding of anything. It said Barbara is a white female, 5'1", 5'1", 125 pounds with white blonde hair, hazel eyes. She said that she was going to go visit a friend of hers in Marble Hill, Missouri. She never arrived at that destination. Her phone was later found between the mattress and box spring of her bed, and her white Kia Soul is parked in her driveway. Police have been notified. Many people in the community are doing anything they can to look into this. Anybody that would have any information whatsoever about this situation, please contact her sister, another beloved community member here, Miss Marion Tate. And her number is 618-707-8854. That is if you have any information about where Barbara's whereabouts could be. If you've had any contact with her, if you've seen her, if you've heard anything, please contact Miss Marion at 618-707-8854, please, as soon as possible. I'm going to ask this entire community, everybody and then some to please, even if you're not, please put your hands together and pray deeply for Barbara, please. Um, Again, we adore Barbara. Barbara, she's an absolutely amazingly beautiful person, inside, outside, soul, heart. Barbara, as everybody knows, most everybody knows, went through a horrible, horrible traumatic situation and lost her son, Timmy Dees, and has been fighting an amazing battle to bring justice to that situation. Sadly, Barb lost her son, Michael, not long before that as well. So she's had a very rough time with all this stuff, you guys. And we've all tried to support her in every form or fashion that we possibly could, and we'll always do that. Um, I'm just praying right now, and I'm begging, guys. I'm begging everyone to please pray for Barbara, her family, and that we get some positive information soon as to where her whereabouts are, and that we find out that Barbara is okay. Um, Barb, if you can hear us, if you can hear me, please know we all love you, Barb. We absolutely do. Absolutely love you. Please reach out to somebody. Reach out to Marion, Doodle, anybody. Let them know that you're okay. Please. Uh, if anybody, Marion definitely wants to hear from you. I know. Reach out to Doodle, Arctic, anyone, myself. You can call me, anybody, please, and just let us know you're okay. That's all we want to know. If you hear me. If anybody does know anything, again, guys, I'm going to beg you again to please contact her sister, Marion Tate, at 718 or 618 707 8854. I'm beyond nauseous, guys. Sick to my stomach over this. Barb is such a beautiful person, and she has been through so much, and is still pushing forward and has been. And I have no idea, Paula, what they know at this point. Um, I just pray to God that we get some positive information soon. That's all I can think. That's all I can think. And I thank you all for supporting her within the community. Again, she's a very important part of this community family. We love Barb to death, guys. We really do. And we need to know that she's okay and find out that she's okay. I know, Danny. I know it drives me insane. The laws and loopholes and red tape and rules to the laws about reporting people missing drives me nuts. Um, Again, I believe that Duchess made this. Duchess, thank you so much for putting this poster together. It's amazing. Let me check and see who we have. Under and Over's back in here. Stormy, welcome back. Jody Walters, hello. Dandy Lioness, welcome back. Whitney Stone, wonderful to see you. Cockney Cow, welcome back. Seahawks fans in the house. Miss Tandy, good to see you. Love Goldberg, welcome back. Mark and Betty, great to see you again, my friend. Cheers to you. Paul Fitzhenry, welcome back. Miss Lacey, good to see you again. Mikey's in the house with the last 24. And again, I'm going to ask, which I know most of them probably have, all of our the community members here that have channels, please post this along your channels as well if you already have it. I'm sure you have. Miss Stormy, great to see you again. Thank you for being here, Stormy. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mother, welcome back, and thank you for that. Captain Jenks, welcome back, brother. Good to see you as well. I am me. Good to see you. Great to have you here. Miss Denise, thank you for joining us. Hold on. Let's see. Brady B, the OG, thank you guys for being here. Ruby Slippers, thank you so much for joining us again. Amy Conway, buenos dias. Wonderful to see you. Thank you, Mikey. Again, guys, please pray for Barbara, please. Eddie's in the house. One made not. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Miss Charlotte, welcome back to you as well. Miss Jane, Justice Jane, good to see you today. I think I've got Karma Police is in the house. Welcome back to you. Again, under and over it. If I didn't say it already, it's wonderful to see you here. I think I did, but welcome back. Yvonne Poole, welcome back to you. Karma Police. I think I've hit everybody here. Hold on. Let me get to the top here. Thank you, Brandy, for that. I am me. Wonderful to see you as well. We did get this posted to our Facebook as well as our TikTok and the community post here on the channel here. Um, yeah, mine is too, Tandy. It absolutely is. I was all excited about dinner and this, and I'm not gonna be eating nothing. Not at all. Nope. Not gonna happen. I just pray to God. True Seeker, welcome. Good to see you again. Thank you, Dandy. Yes, she was last seen on the 27th. You guys, I'm sorry if I didn't read the top part on the 27th of this month, just a couple days ago at 8:15 a.m. Again, stated that she was going to go be off to Marble Hill, Missouri, to one of her friends, and never made it there. They found her phone in between the mattress and box springs of the bed, and her car has never left the driveway. It's sitting in the driveway now. Very, very unnerved over this. I don't know, Jody. I don't think she would, but we don't know, guys. I just don't know. All I'm asking is everybody to please put your hands together, pray for this woman in every aspect that you can. Share this out on any social media that you have. And of course, all of the community members here that have their own channels, creators in here, I, of course, will share, I'm sure, on their channels as well, in their community posts in any way, shape, or form that we can, guys, in your Discords, whatever you have, put it out there, please, this poster, if you can. If anybody needs the poster, let me know. I will send it to you. They have been informed, Paula. Her family informed law enforcement. Whitney Stone, welcome. Yes, Whitney. It is very strange, Amy. I agree. That I don't know, Amy. I don't have any other details than what I was able to just express to you guys. And if I do have more, I will let you know, of course. But welcome, Miss Nellie Beyond the Pale. Good to see you today, dear. Sorry, I'm not in a more upbeat mood, guys. I'm just really, really nervous and a bit upset over this situation, but I will work my way through it. Come on in, everybody, and get comfortable, please, and thank you. And please make sure to hit that like button, if you will. Share this out. If Echo 44, Echo 444, thank you for joining us. Again, if anybody needs me to send this over to you, please let me know. She's missing out of Fenton, Missouri, guys. Molly Drake, hello. Welcome back, dear. I don't think she would either, Molly. One of the community members here, Nellie, has gone missing. If you remember when I covered Barbara Hall, I covered her son Timmy D's case about a year or so ago. His mother, Barbara, she's also the creator and owner of the Timmy's Legacy channel, has gone missing. Yeah, she's part of the community here, Nellie. So, hey, Caps. Yes, I know. I think a lot of us are all in shock right now, I believe. Unspoken heart stillness. Hello. There was a little bit of that. Yes, there was. It's okay, Nellie. Thank you so much for that. CZ, hello and welcome. I appreciate that, Nellie, very much. That's why I'm at Rissa Roberts. Welcome. That's why I'm asking everybody, please, even if you don't, just keep a positive thought, say a prayer, and please share it out. D. Smith, wait. Welcome. Good to see you. Yes, she is very much. Many channels, many lives she's affected. So yes, many channels and many communities. She is missing. D. Yes, unfortunately. Very, very big part of our community. No lie. And again, like I said, she's very much adored and loved by everyone. Everyone. It is very sad. Thank you, Unspoken. I appreciate that very much. That's one of my horrible thoughts as well, Molly. I really, really, it bugs the hell out of me. And I don't trust in them to go looking for her, okay? That's the other sad thing to this. Welcome, D, and it is very much so. I understand, love. I do. I understand. Thank you all, every one of you, for being here. First and foremost. Second off, to be able to support this, thank you so much. And again, to spread the word, to see if we can bring our loved and adored Barbara home where she belongs. Circus, welcome. Good to see you. Um, thank you, Paula. What's the matter, dear? You said you're confused. What can I help you with, hon? Let me know. Anything you need answered, I will do the best I can. That's a good point, Denise. That I hope certain people will look into that. Hello, LR. Welcome. Micro Blue, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us, all of you guys. Bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to make sure we get everybody in here before we get rolling, and I wanted to make that announcement as well. The most important thing we do here today. Agreed, love. Agreed. Never. I'm truly in shock. First Idaho news. Now this. One of our own who knows what she's doing when she can do the best of her ability. She's an amazing person. She has fought so hard and for so long for justice. I just can't even think about it. Bonnie Bailey, welcome back. Wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you again for joining us. It's understood, love. It's okay. So if you guys have any social media, if you can screenshot it, whatever you need to do, accounts, and you would like to share that, I would greatly, greatly appreciate that in every aspect. I'll put it back down to a normal size for you. Welcome, Stitches. Good to see you. Yes, love. Agreed. Agreed. Like I said, I don't wholeheartedly trust in law enforcement to do the right thing and go looking for her with this situation. I just don't. And that's something that truly worries me. Just pray to God that the best of everything is done with this. Not at all, Molly. Not at all. No, this is not official. Duchess put this together because, again, I don't believe that she was able to be reported missing until tomorrow. I don't believe, which is so stupid to me. Thank you, Tandy. Thank you. Yeah, she's a beautiful human being. Absolutely, love. Agreed with that too, love. Okay, no worries, no worries, Micro. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna give it just a few more minutes, guys, and then just a couple more to make sure we have everybody here, and then I will get rolling with what we're gonna look into today. It is very sad, Amy. I just pray to God that she's okay and that this ends very soon. She's found safe and sound and comes home as she should. And then also, I want to speak on another quick thing. Anybody that's out there right now, um, 1 second. I'm sorry. Anybody else that is out there right now as well going through these storms that are flying around, please protect yourselves. Please be safe. Please stay safe. And please find safety if you need to. Some of these storms that are brewing are really scary, very bad, and very dangerous. So please take care of yourselves, all of you. Please. Cap that. I think we all have the same thought. I feel absolutely helpless right now. I want to just go find her and put her back where she belongs, and I can't do that because I'm how many miles away from her. I know I'm pretty almost positive that Doodlebug was out looking for her in some senses. Um, I know that there is a lot of people communicating between each other about this. Um, I talked to Marianne myself a while back, a little bit ago, and I told her I'm here. If there's anything you need me to do, you let me know. I said the whole community is behind this. He thanked everyone, and just again asked that everybody keep keep them and Barbara in our prayers until we can get her home. Hello, Dana Renee. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, Dana Renee, I just started watching about a week ago. Of course, I'm watching it with my baby. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Dana, so much. We appreciate when you appreciate it here. I hope everybody is comfortable and happy here. That always makes my day go so much better, knowing that the people here are happy and that they enjoy being here. So thank you for that very much, Miss Dana. Oh my God, you guys, my mind is scrambling right now. I have to do something. I can't not be here doing this. If I was just sitting here not doing anything, I'd be going even more crazier. So this is perfect therapy for me for this. I'm just please pray. Barbara's YouTube channel is Timmy's Legacy. Nelly. I think you may have been not around as much when Barb started coming around more. I did a story on her son, Timmy, and then I covered many other stories from the area that Timmy's story came from, in Fredericktown, Missouri. Got real close to Barb, learned a lot from her. Just an amazing, 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 beautiful person. And has already been through so much. There's the link right there, Nelly. Thank you, Mikey. Appreciate that, brother. Anybody that has not yet seen Barb's channel, if you would please click the link, subscribe, and support it in every aspect as well. And that could be too, Nelly, and that would be understood considering what all she's been through. So, Allie Books, welcome. It's been a long time. It's wonderful to see you. I wasn't getting any notifications for seeing I missed coming in here. That's wonderful. I want to tell you guys too, anybody that doesn't receive notifications, I did look into it again. Sometimes you have to go out, unsubscribe, and resubscribe to this. I found to the channel, and that does help. That welcome, Peaky, and it'll help. You have to check too to make sure that you haven't been unsubscribed. There were a lot of channels that were saying they were unsubscribed. How it happens, I don't know. A YouTube mess. It is what it is. So if you're wanting to get the notifications from the channel, please double check to make sure you're getting them. Dagburn says Dago Storm's getting ready to move through. My internet goes out. Oh, no worries, dear. I understand. Please be safe. First and foremost, don't worry about this. Keep yourself safe and sound, please. I'm begging anybody that is under the watch of these storms that are rolling through everywhere. Please be careful. Please be safe. Please take care of yourselves. Do not worry about being here. Do what you got to do. It's wonderful to see you again, Allie. Like I said, that might be something you could do to check to make sure you get all the notifications. Also, guys, I know that for a while there we weren't really bouncing in and out of the algorithm. I think we have been lately, so hopefully that helps too for those of you. Brady B, thank you for being here. One moment. All right, everybody. SRBBBB, good to see you. All right, guys, I'm going to try to get my personality lifted up a little bit here. And Timmy's Legacy is the channel name. Got me stumped. One moment here. Hello, Miss Paula. Joanne, welcome. Wonderful to see you. There is the link to Miss Barbara's channel, Timmy's Legacy, for anybody that wanted it. Yeah, she's been around for a couple of years for sure. And like I said, we spent a lot of time with her here. Helped her in a lot of different ways. She's a definite part of this family, this community. I'm feeling the same way, Brandy. I know. Or I'm Molly. Sorry, I can't even say the right names. I agree. I agree, D. Absolutely agree. And this will help me to get my mind off of it, I'll say. But just bear with me, you guys. It's not going to be easy. I got to bring my spirits up a little bit here. And I do love it. It's a possibility in my mind. It definitely is, in my opinion, possible. It doesn't even matter. Sally Shepherdson, welcome. Good to see you. 135 people in the house, guys. I'm going to take this down now as much as I don't want to. 135 people in the house, guys. We have 36 likes. Can we please make that match a little bit better? Please and thank you, guys. If you would please hit that like button so we can get this in that algorithm. I appreciate that so very much. Clips, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to go ahead and get this set up already. This is, again, an open discussion, open panel. Paste. Very much so, Nelly. Very much so. If you go back and playlist, you could see the whole case itself. Very suspicious circumstances when she's never gotten true answers to the case. Nelly, Summer Jade, welcome. Good to see you. And it's just been a bad situation for her all the way around. She's made a lot of noise about it, in very deservedly, and she hasn't gotten the right answers to this, very sadly. And we've all supported and helped her in every way we could to make that happen. Death Valley Tiger, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, she was always around a lot of our channels. Very supportive of all of our channels and our communities, and just a very, very big and important part of this community, you guys. Thank you so much, Johnny Gobble. Appreciate that very much. All right, guys, 146 people in the house. We do have 64 likes now, guys. Please hit that like button, please, if you will. Yeah, I am. It is an open panel tonight, guys. Open discussion. We're going to be discussing another secondary affidavit with Cyray that I didn't get to read completely through, and some more stuff within the documents that I have questions about in regards to this. ADHD Stacy, hello and welcome. I know Barb, both sons and seas, huge advocate. Yes, it's beyond concerning, Stacy. I agree, and thank you for being here, dear. Wait, what? What? Someone talked to her? Just hold up. What do you mean, Molly? Are you serious? I need a little more info than that, Molly. Where are we at? Discord, hold on. What was his blood pressure? Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. Mom just said she spoke to her. She's safe. Good Jesus Almighty. Thank you, God. Hold on, guys. One moment. I didn't even bother trying to call her phone because they said where they said it was found. And then, so if that's the case, I don't care. As long as I know she's okay. Mom said she talked to her. Hello, Brutally. One second. Oh, I've been a mess. A mess. I pray. Thank God. Okay, hold on. What'd you say? Joe, he didn't get it yet. I just sent it. So you just sent it. What's from the cheese? It's just the cheese sauce, buddy. When we make your mac and cheese, okay? Right. Okay. Doodle just verified that she just got the call that she's safe and everything's good. Okay, guys. We can breathe. Okay. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my God. Yo, that had me broken half. I feel like I can breathe. No, I'm good. Yeah, I'll be able to eat dinner and enjoy it. You're right, Stumped. CZ, okay. Sorry, Nelly, I left you hanging behind there. I did not mean to do that. Sorry about that, hon. Can you hear me okay?
There you go. Never need to apologise, honestly. Can you hear me okay? I've been having some audio problems.
No, you sound wonderful tonight. Absolutely.
Oh, brilliant. I don't think I know Barb, but, I've got one son, and to just learn what I learnt, that she lost her son in those circumstances, um,
Yeah.
I can only imagine how horrific that is, and I'm so glad that she's okay.
You have no idea the guttural feeling and the feelings that I was having anxiety over this. Like, so yes. God bless Barb wherever you are. I love you. I'm so grateful to know you're okay. That's all that matters to me. That's it. There we are. So we can have a
Yeah,
good normal show and breathe and yell and scream or whatever we got to do now. So
yeah,
Vicky
yeah,
Harrison, hello and welcome. Okay. Thank God, everybody. Thank you for your prayers, for sharing it, your thoughts about all of it. Thank you, God. Okay. Hell, I feel like I need a cigarette now. Good Lord.
yeah. I've got one left, just one.
Right, right. Welcome,
It's
CJ.
winking at it's winking at me. I might have to.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
Uh, I
Well, it's
just want to
wonderful to
say,
have you.
well,
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to say that I really like to apologise for not being around much.
Oh
And I
no.
really, no, I've been following the cases religiously, but there's a lot going on at home and with college and stuff, and I really want to thank you for always welcoming me when I don't always show up. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. No thanks needed, Nelly. I've always adored you and your outlook on
So
things, your own channel. It's always been a pleasure and an honor to have you around and have you here. Real life is rough. It's hard to focus on your real life and this at the same time. Believe me, I promise you I do it too. And my door is always open to you guys. You know that. It's always been and always will be. Always.
so thank
Um,
you.
Yes, absolutely. Again, no apology was needed, but I appreciate it, and I really, really, it's an honor to have you here again. So thank you so much for
That's
joining us.
lovely. It's always been lovely to be here, and funnily enough, I was on this. I dipped in. I actually get really anxious about certain cases and things. I get really kind of, yeah, anxious is the only way to say it. And there's certain channels I follow on other cases like Delphi and things, and then they say other things about the Idaho Fall case that don't make sense to me. And tonight I dipped into a video
Hmm.
where they said, you know, all this stalking shows signs of incel, and I was so angry because there's no proof, and I had to unsubscribe and walk away because I thought it gets to a point. I want to have a balanced point of view. I want to
Yeah,
listen. I don't know if he did it or not, but
right.
when creators mock people for being pro burgers and all the rest of it, my blood just boils, and I thought I'm going to have to go live and talk about this because I'm gonna combust. And then I saw you were live. I'm like, there's no need. I'm going to go and hang out with Dago.
No, and I've always tried to provide. There's been times where we've had to readjust and fix certain things within because people have attacked each other, this and that. But I've always tried to provide a platform and the channel where people can have an open mind and speak on what they feel without having their somebody go for their throat. And it's taken time throughout this, but we've gotten to the point now where I think it's that way. This community has always, I'm very proud of this community, has always allowed for that, and there's always tried to make it a comfortable place for everybody to be. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm
Yeah,
great. It's great to
I
have you
do.
here.
And you know what? I will say that it's so important that we keep an open mind. And I will say, for my own personal circumstances, some of these cases keep me awake at night, or I wake up early in the morning. It's the first thing I think about.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
woke up this morning thinking, well, a lot of mornings I've woken up and thinking, well, he could have done it, he could have done it. And
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
always keep that in the background, I'm not, if I, like, for example, when the balaclava came out and this there's a split second where I think, oh gosh, it's all mounting up, maybe. And I'm glad to be like that. I will always switch,
Yeah.
depending on what is put in front of me.
Yes, ma'am.
But
I
I
agree.
hate this. I hate this. You're on that side of the fence, you're on that side of the fence. It's like, no, I'm on the fence, and
That's it.
sometimes I jump that side and sometimes I jump that side. And mostly I'm not seeing anything. I'm worried. I'm always worried if an innocent man or woman might be put to death over something they didn't do. And I've always got to keep that in mind. I can't
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can't
I agree.
not I can't not look at a balanced point of view if someone's life's at stake.
Right. And that's what I've stated. I've been on the fence. You know that, Nelly, the whole time. And I like you said, I lean sometimes to the guilt side, sometimes to the innocent side, more to the well, lately, with what I've been going through with these documents and reading through with everybody, that I'm really leaning hard towards that innocent side, because it's hard to see with all the lies that have been presented to us, and the affidavit that I just read the other day that Cy Ray put out, the one I'm going to
Yeah,
read here shortly. All of these things are telling me, why would the judicial system, the district attorney, the state, I'm sorry, I'm still frazzled from earlier. I'm trying to get myself back together. The state themselves, the prosecutor. There we go. Good Lord. Anyway, lie about something that makes no sense to me, and we've all called this
absolutely.
long time ago. We were questioning this, and now it's in front of us. So every one of us has had the right to question the things that we have. And like you said, you should never be attacked for asking questions. Okay.
Yeah,
You shouldn't. That's what it's about, guys. We have the rights. We're human beings. We're I mean, obviously Nelly's not American, but still, it doesn't matter. We're all the same people under the same source, the same God, whatever you want to call it, and we support each
yeah,
other in that sense, and we support truth and justice. So it's not pro burger. It's not you love him, this, that, everything. It's pro justice and pro truth. That's what this is all about. So
yeah. And even though in
absolutely
the UK, even as a young child, America has been such a huge influence on my life. I was born in the 70s, and
right.
you know, the biggest I seriously remember I would have been 12 or 13 years old, and we had UK shows like there was Panorama and World in Action, and they reported around the world. And one night, for some reason, I was allowed the TV by myself. I don't remember the circumstances, but
Sure.
I watched, and you can actually see it on YouTube. The quality is terrible, but it's a UK documentary based on a black guy in the USA who was on death row. And it
Mhm.
was called, I believe, 14 Days in May.
Okay.
Uh, I remember as a really young kid watching this, and he served his sentence. He was put to death, and after he died, new evidence came to light that could have exonerated him. And I sobbed I'll never forget it. I sobbed my heart out at the injustice of it. And that is why now I'm so careful not to just judge anybody before we see all the evidence.
Yep. Agreed. Miss Girl, welcome. Wonderful to see you. Red Riding Hood Summer Jade, congratulations. Thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome to the sauce. We have a new meatball in the sauce today. Appreciate that, Summer. And yes, Nelly, absolutely. And that's what terrifies me. It terrifies me that
Yeah,
horrible enough as it is that we, 4 lives were lost, 4 beautiful lives, young lives that never got to start any kind of a life were taken for no reason. Okay. And now we're looking at somebody as a suspect that's on facing the death penalty at this point that could lose his life as well. And all we want to do is make sure that it's right. Because there have
correct.
been, like you said, many of people, guys, this isn't not spending life in prison where you can go, okay, we made a mistake and you can go home now. No, the death penalty is final. It's done. When
Yeah,
it's done, it's done. You cannot give him his life back if you take it. So all we want to know is know that it's right, that it's just, that it's real
absolutely.
person. That's it. And that's why I've done what I've done with this. That's why I've held on to wanting to know the truth, because as again, we all called this out 2 years ago and said something's not right here, something's
Yeah.
wrong, and told that we were crazy, that we shouldn't be looking at it. We should just accept the fact that they arrested the man and that's that. Well, guys, no. Let's look at what we're talking about. Well, look at what we. This is coming from an expert that is saying, I have never in my 30 years of service seen such misrepresentation and lying to prove a specific narrative. That is insane to me, and that is so scary.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Can
let
I
me
ask
let
you,
me
Dave?
go
I
ahead.
think what you said there was really interesting, that when we go back to right at the beginning, we all knew something was right. What do you think was the single thing that made us think something isn't right?
Well, that's thank you for asking that, because that well, first let me apologize that I look so bad, you guys, with this black eye that
Oh,
I
I
was
jumped
rubbing.
in earlier before I got on, guys.
My allergies are kicking, and I
Oh,
started rubbing
no.
my eyes the other morning, and I rubbed it too hard. I'm getting old, you guys, and it bruised, and it's like, good Lord, I look horrible looking at myself. But anyway, apologies for that. Welcome, True Seeker, to Nell. Welcome. Joey, good to see you. Meanie, welcome back. Great to see you all again. Thank you so much. ADHD, all of you guys, thank you for joining us. So, yeah, exactly. I started. Yep, just accept what's happening and look the other way. I can't do it. So, going to Nellie's question, that's a great question, because I did accept it. I accepted when they arrested Brian Christopher Koberger that they got the suspect. That was wonderful to me, because we had waited quite a while, I think, to get somebody in custody for this. And it was a little too long. And I'm like, okay, anytime now, guys, any day now, guys. And then they did. And at first I said, okay, good. We can move on. We'll see what happens. And then, no, wait a minute. They dropped an affidavit. They dropped the PCA. And we were told, you follow that PCA. You trust Bill's exact word. You trust the process. Trust what we're doing. Yes, sir. That turned out to be false. Everything that they started, we started seeing Nellie. Well, first and foremost, when we read through the PCA, I think I remember doing it here with most of you guys, and a lot of us all went, wait a minute, what does that mean? Wait a minute, how did that happen? Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. But okay, we let that go. Then we wanted to know how they got to Brian Koberger. That was the big one. How did you find this man to be the one? Okay, fine. I think my turn, where I completely turned and said, okay, I am not comfortable with this, is when the defense came forth and said, because we were all waiting on this. It was claimed more than once that we expected this white Elantra that Brian owns to be a petri dish full
Yeah.
of information. And when she came forth and said, Your Honor, there is absolutely nothing. There is no DNA from the victims on anything that Brian Koberger owns. And everybody went, whoa, how? That was where my turning point was, where I started to really look into things deeper and really focus on things and really start to question everything. And I've stuck there ever since. And yes, it's gotten quiet because there wasn't a lot to talk about until all of this stuff started coming out. And I'll be damned if everything that we questioned, everything we've questioned is now in our face, and it's exactly how we questioned it. So
Yeah.
that's got to be my answer. Sorry, it was so long.
No, no, not at all. Thank you. I'll tell you what, which you might find odd for me, was when the PCA came out. And do you know what made me question it was the sheath? I swear
Yes.
to God, I'm sitting here. When I read that there was a single speck of DNA on the snap of the sheath, my first thought was, well, how convenient.
Yes.
It
I mean,
really, and that is all they got, in my opinion. But that
right.
raised an alarm for me. I thought, could you manufacture something more perfect than a single speck of DNA on the snap of a knife sheath? And
Yeah.
it was a hunt. I just didn't like it. It didn't sit well with me. And the
It
8 hour
didn't.
delay. The 8 hour delay. And at the
I
time, do you remember, we were all like, well, maybe they had earbuds in, maybe this, maybe they were sleeping, maybe. And now all of this has come out. It's like, well, it's worse than I thought. It's worse than I ever thought.
I think the 8-hour delay kind of grabbed all of us at first, and we were all like, that's where I think everybody kind of stepped back a step and went, hold on, what, how, and why? Okay. And
Yeah,
that's what I think started the doubt. Let me put that out there, the doubt of the situation. And as we looked into that and we started looking into more things surrounding that, surrounding the victims themselves and their friends and the other two roommates that live there. What's up, Matt? Welcome and good to see you. Yeah, I agree. And as Nelly said, the sheath in question, okay, the way that it became a part of this case, the fact that the DNA itself is so minuscule and such a weak source of evidence to me is something that I could never fully get comfortable with. So yes, there's
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And I, from that point forward, anything, we were told then. How did you get to Brian? Everybody asked that question. Welcome, Rhea Knightley. Well, his phone was turned off and his phone pinged here and he was stalking them and this, that, and everything else. And slowly but surely, every bit of that stuff was tossed out, Nelly. Every bit of
Yeah.
it. He didn't stalk them. You know, none of that, you guys, none of that pertains now. And all they have is a tiny, tiny, the tip of this pen piece of DNA, not even that big on a snap to on a button snap to a knife sheath with no murder weapon and a car they have built this case around. And I'm never ever going to be comfortable with that. And now with seeing what we've seen, I'm going to review that if I need to for some people that didn't see or hear it. One of the expert witnesses in this case, Cy Ray, who has been brought on to interpret the cell tower stuff, the cast information, so on and so forth, puts an affidavit out that clearly calls out the prosecution and states they're lying. And I
I
don't know
know.
why. And that is a scary thought to me, you guys. Okay. And that's why we're in the boat that we're in right now, why we've been paying so much attention to this. And I'm gonna approach another affidavit he dropped that I didn't get to approach the other night. And it says a lot of the same stuff. And it really blows my mind. And by the
Mm.
way, there's a link pinned in the chat if anybody wants to join Nelly and I up here. It is an open discussion, an open panel for us all to voice our opinions. I know you guys do it in the chat and type it, but I love hearing your guys' voices and your thoughts and your feelings on this. And everybody is welcome, very welcome to express their opinions, thoughts, and theories on this. The only thing we don't do in here is we don't victim shame the victims themselves or the families. I will not put up with that. But we are welcome to express our thoughts, feelings, and theories on everything about this at this point because that's where it's sitting. So please feel free to join us.
Um,
What did you think? Go ahead, Nelly.
I was going to say really quickly, just before we get onto Ray, which is mind blowing to me what he's come out
Yeah.
with, but not what's that saying? It's a shock, but I'm not surprised. The knife sheath and the DNA. All I want to say about that is because I'm not the most scientific of people, and I don't know if anybody has ever answered the question how a sample can double in size. Have you ever heard anyone answer that? Because you know that I looked up the ISP state lab. When they
Mm-hmm.
talk about touch DNA, they say that we nearly always use the whole sample to get the most accurate results.
Yeah.
So if they've got a tiny speck on brass that is going to disintegrate very quickly, they then the ISP lab use it. Apparently, they according to their site say they nearly always use the whole sample to get the best reading. Then it's sent to Ockram. Then it's taken from Ockram to the FBI, and when it gets to the FBI, it doubles in size. I would love a scientific person to explain how that can happen because I don't know how it can happen.
And you know what? I agree with you. Anything that we know, if you take, let me think of how to put this. If you take some paint and you dump it in a little glass and you dump water in it, you're gonna make a little bit more of it, but it's a watered down source.
Yeah,
Okay. So there's that, and it deletes, in my opinion, and degrades the substance itself to an extent. So if that's how they make it, if that's how they double it in size, I don't understand that. It makes no sense to me. I've
Same.
spoke, I've spoken to IgG specialists, so on and so forth, and they're uncomfortable with some of those thoughts as well.
Okay.
Um, so a lot of the welcome, Gordon. Good to see you. A lot of the stuff that's been talked about the DNA samples is very uncomfortable for me, Nelly, because again, we have how many other sources of DNA they were here, but they were, guess what? They didn't
Yeah,
talk about those. They didn't even bother, Nelly, to introduce them to CODIS.
I
Wouldn't
know.
even didn't even try. Why would you not do that? You got one person's name, in my opinion. That's the person you want this, and this is I know how this sounds, you guys, and I would never think this way. They're forcing it on us to think that way, in my opinion. You have the person you want, so why attempt anything else with this? And
Well,
that's not a good.
Payne actually said that. Payne actually said that, didn't he? In the hearing, well, we had Coburger, so we didn't need to test anything else. My worry is that the jury, all they're going to hear is his DNA was on the sheath. And
Right.
that really worries me, because I think I worry that the defense's attitude is, we're gonna not question the DNA on the sheath. We're gonna sort of say that the sheath is planted, and I think they should have questions about the DNA on the sheath, and I worry about that.
And Anne herself, granted, she's for the defense, but she's still an attorney. She blatantly stated it, and she said then the sheath was placed there.
Yeah,
The wording is very important. It was placed there,
yeah,
not that it was left there. It was forgotten there, not that it was mistakenly left there. It was placed there. That's a problem, guys. It's definitely a problem. So you
yeah,
take that word how you want, but I'm taking it in the way that I believe it should be. They definitely should have questions about all of that. And
yeah.
again, like you said earlier, I don't care if Brian's the one that did this or didn't do this. What I care about is the fact that if he didn't do it, he very well could lose his life over that, and that's a scary thought to me. And I want to see we have something here that is very important to this country, called the Constitution, and it's being spat on as we speak with things like this and the Delphi case and things like that I believe are being handled in a horrible way and not by the way that they should be, guys.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, guys. Let me see something here. There's a lot of things here that have thrown so many red flags up. Things that you can't just ignore. Okay. You can't just look past and go, oh, that doesn't mean anything. That's not this, no, it doesn't work that.
Oh, I think can anyone hear? Have we gone, or has Dago gone?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. I
Right.
keep thinking you've got a Christmas tree in the background there, Dago. I love it. That
No,
plant.
it's a ficus tree. Right here.
I love it.
Thank you. Welcome, Randy Fur. Good to see you. Clips, welcome. Bulldogs Gaming, welcome. Good to see you.
We need Eddie. Eddie should come up. He's always got
He
great.
probably will at some point. I put the link up there. I always love hearing Eddie.
Yeah, me too. He's the voice of wisdom.
Oh yeah, many people are. Many people are with this. One moment, guys. One moment. Sorry, guys. My grandkids are. They were playing in the corner.
Oh, it's a happy house. It's a happy house.
It is, and they're out of here now. They were getting ready to leave, so I had to say my goodbyes anyway. Thank you guys for understanding. All right. Yes, Randy, that's good to see you, sir. All right. And yeah, Eddie, you're welcome anytime to come up, buddy. I know you like things certain times and certain ways, and it's understood. And that's for anybody that would like to jump up here and speak on it. So this is the next one I wanted to jump into today, and we can go back and review other things as well with the other and other stuff. But this one I really wanted to touch on today first. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you, Bri Guy. Thank you for joining us. And this is the affidavit of Ray, referencing vague and undisclosed expert testimony via um, uh, an agent with the FBI, which I have actually issues with as well. Nick Balance, guys, and that's again another problem. And this is the county of Maricopa, and this gives the I am an adult over the age of 18. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth in this affidavit. To avoid repetition, please refer to my training and experience in the accompanying affidavit, which again I want to redisplay, guys. David Bird, welcome. That Ray is beyond qualified to make the statements that he does. As far as his training, his experience, and his qualifications, it's at a limit that is unexplainable, in my opinion. Okay. There's too much training and knowledge for him to be wrong. I'll just put it that way. So, moving forward again. Nelly, thank you so much for joining me. It's always nice to have company up here when we do these things. I love it. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. It really, really is. As I said, I was so incensed. I was like, I'm going to have to go live. I'm going to have a rant. And then I was like, no need. Day goes live. I'll see if I can get and rant on here.
There you go. You can rant all you want. Yes, ma'am. Always, always. Welcome, Becky Strider. Good to see you. All right. So, in preparing this affidavit, and I'm going to read most of this, guys, because I want every word taken as what it is. In preparing this affidavit, I have reviewed the motion in limine number 2, vague and undisclosed expert testimony filed by the defendants on February 24th of this year. I have reviewed all of the state's responses in reference to this motion, as well as Special Agent Balance's draft report and final report. I am addressing the matter of FBI Special Agent Nicholas Balance's anticipated testimony in this affidavit and what has not been disclosed. I have reviewed the initial reports, final report, first discourse, second disclosures, and now the third disclosure. Despite this progression of disclosure, Special Agent Balance's opinions on the relevant issues at hand still have not been disclosed. I have reviewed disclosures and references to S.A. Balance's interpretations and opinions relating to the AT&T call detail records. They are vague and at times contradictory. At this time, I am unable to identify his methodologies and or resulting opinions on most of his work, preventing me from any real analysis to determine the basis of his opinions. The disclosures in reference to the facts and data relied on S.A. Balance's to form his opinions regarding AT&T cell data records are conflicting and void of substance. His work does not contain his methodology other than a paragraph. He does not mention AT&T handoff data. This is very important, by the way, you guys. He does not mention AT&T handoff data, drive test mapping, or any other critical methodology required in this analysis. The report does not provide explanation why S.A. Balance may or may not rely on AT&T data, preventing me from any real analysis of his opinion. That's a problem, folks. Okay. Nelly and everybody, please give me one moment. I left my drink in the other room. My mouth is drying out. I will be right back. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen this before. I think I went through this. Well, I watched it on Lana's channel, and it is mind blowing. It's everything we suspected has come up. I think the issue is that we're hoping Ray in the trial doesn't just talk about what they've left out, but he can fill in the gaps. I hope. But this is beyond suspect, isn't it? It's so suspicious what is going on here. And yeah, I just stuff has deliberately been left out, in my opinion. And that is shocking. Exactly, Joanne. Listening to it, I actually saw a creator who I follow on other cases, and she's excellent. And she actually said, someone commented on her channel and said, "Have you actually read Ray's affidavit?" She said, "Yes, terrible piece of writing." Oh my God, my blood was boiling. I had to leave. I'm like, what do you mean? Is it terrible because it's not saying what you want it to say? How it, how can you just say this is a terrible piece of writing? He's saying the evidence isn't there. I don't know. It's what do you mean, Brian? Pain came off better than you expected when? No, genuine question. What? In that you can't remember anything, do you mean? That's probably better than him opening his mouth, to be fair. But yeah, what do you mean, Brian? I'm really genuinely asking. What do you mean? The pain came off better than you expected. Have I missed a hearing or something in court? You thought what? The last hearing, you thought he came off quite well. I just remember Payne saying, according to my recollection, or I don't remember. Sorry, Dago, I was trying to fill in the gaps there.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Please, please. I appreciate it very much. Sorry it took so long.
No, not at all.
So no.
Yeah, carry on, Dago. I was just commenting on Brian. He thought Payne was more polished than he thought he'd be in the court hearings. And I thought, yeah, he said, I don't remember very well. I thought he pronounced it beautifully.
You know, I gotta wonder in some senses if Payne has been used as a pawn in this.
Absolutely, agree 100%.
Right. That's truly my thoughts on
it. Dago. I think he's an absolute scapegoat. I even think they gave him an award. I can see them patting him on the head, and
yep.
I think I don't think he has a clue what's gone on. Yeah, I smacks a bit to me.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Carry on, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
While you read this.
Gotcha. So, let me pick up. Okay. So, the disclosures in reference to the facts that data relied on by SA balances to form his opinions. Did I read that already? Hold on. Nope, I did. Found one more. I regularly work as a subject matter expert, and it is standard in my field for experts' opinions to be well documented and based on accepted best practice or methodology. The facts and data relied upon to reach an opinion are known and disclosed. SA Balance's work is a departure from the field standard. He has not disclosed his methodology and analysis for his opinions. This is partially due to contradicting methodologies that have been disclosed. This is partially due to vague work product absent of any real substance as to facts and data. This is partially due to changes that evolved through iterations of work product without explanation and documented by facts and data as a basis. I did note that SA Balance has a dual role in this case. He is an expert witness for the state and is using these same skills he was involved, using these same skills he was involved in the actual investigation from the onset. He was co-located with investigators throughout the investigation. His opinions and interpretations were relied upon by investigators and prosecutors. These interpretations and opinions found their way into every probable cause statement supporting search warrants against the defendant. He is referenced in nearly every search warrant issued. His opinions, interpretations were an integral piece of building probable cause against the defendant. That's a big deal, you guys. If you realize that Nick Balance had a piece in everything that goes with this, okay? Unfortunately, most of his opinions and interpretations provided to investigators and prosecutors are not supported by the evidence in this case. It is this very reason that I was awaiting S.A. Balance's report detailing the facts, data methodology, and analysis relied on to make such egregious, did I say that right? Egregious,
I think it's egregious.
egregious. I'm sorry.
I think, I don't know, I might be wrong.
No, you're right. It's egregious. You're right. I'm sorry. There we go. Egregious errors I expected to see work that explained the conclusions, as well as properly addressing omitted analysis and errors in the work. The omitted work in this case is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. The intentional, oh man, that right there, guys, that statement alone.
Yeah.
The omitted work in this case is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. So they basically they omitted, redacted, left out, whatever word you want to use, anything that they could that would prove that Brian is innocent of this. Okay, that's a problem, guys.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem. The intentional omission of exculpatory evidence. Okay. SA Balance did not include analysis of AT&T handoff data provided by AT&T for the defendant's mobile device on November 13th of 2022 between the hours of 2:30 a.m. and 3 a.m. The handoff data in the defendant's AT&T records during this time is exculpatory to the defendant. SA Balance did not include an analysis of AT&T data regarding 23 time periods in his report that he appears to be suggesting that the defendant was at or very near the crime scene. This opinion appears to be based off of cell tower connections, primarily handoff connections in the defendant's AT&T records. It is difficult to determine the process of methodology SA Balance relied on to suggest this connection for several reasons, because the AT&T records do not support the statement. There is no report or analysis detailing the defendant's movements between June 2022 and December of 2022, which would need to summarize the defendant's phone was at or near the crime scene 23 times prior to the homicides. There is no mapping showing the network connections relied upon. There are no drive test coverage maps of the other than one cell site. One, a recent disclosure about what SA Balance may testify to reads, handoffs are mapped on a case-by-case basis, which is determined by the needs of the investigation. From my experience as a subject matter expert in this field, this claim is outside of any established best practice or reliable methodology of analysis. The standard is that all data must be analyzed and considered regardless of how it impacts the investigation. I have reviewed the disclosures about what SA Balance will testify to and do not find the disclosures provide further analysis to support his opinions. The first cell site recorded in this session is the only cell site that is chosen based on measurements made by the cell phone, representing the best signal from these measurements and ranking surrounding cell sites. This theory can be disproven with the AT&T records themselves. This response does not explain why he would use handoff data at certain times while ignoring it at other times. The coverage maps are created using the actual measurements taken by the GAR and interpolation using the natural neighbor algorithm. In other words, it's looking at known values at known locations to determine the expected value at a location where a measurement couldn't have been taken. The natural neighbor algorithm was first published by Robin Simpson in 1981 and is widely accepted in both academia and as an industry standard in determining the coverage of a particular cell site within a broader cellular network. The statement falls well short of any real disclosure of how the GAR product estimates cell site coverage areas. I have been in direct contact with Gladiator Forensics, and this statement contradicts what Gladiator Forensic communicated to me about their own products. A recent disclosure states that page 13 depicts cellular phone usage by the 8458 number on November 13th of 22, and Balance is expected to testify that when the 8458 phone interacted with the AT&T network at 2:47 a.m., the phone was not at the Brian Koberger residence, marked BK on the map. Rather, it was southeast of the Brian Koberger residence as depicted by the drive test data. Balance is also expected to testify that he analyzed additional handoff data that occurred during this data session, and that the 8458 phone stopped communicating with the network at 2:54:45. This disclosure does not provide an analysis or opinion to what SA Balance found when he analyzed the additional handoff data that occurred during this data session. This is the very data I previously testified about having been omitted from SA Balance's work, product, and opinions. SA Balance conducted a significant amount of drive test data, has not provided that data to support his work. Drive test data is collected when an investigator takes radio frequency survey equipment out in the field and collects signal measurement of the cellular network. By driving specific grid patterns through an area, it is possible to capture enough data to reliably estimate a cell site's coverage area. In this case, SA Balance and SA Kennedy spent several days conducting drive tests in and around Pullman and Moscow. In all, they collected well over 500,000 data points. Enough data points to effectively map the coverage areas of all relevant cell sites related to this case, that being roughly 24 cell sectors. SA Balance has only produced coverage mapping for 4 sectors. There's 24, but he's only produced 4. SA Balance has collected the required data and does have access to the required software to map all of the sectors, and he analyzed his drive test efforts. The conversion of raw data to coverage image is relatively non-existent when compared to the effort required to collect the raw data. Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you. SA Balance, in accordance with FBI CAST policy, had his work product peer-reviewed by another CAST agent, S.A. Kennedy. There are official reports stating that S.A. Kennedy did peer review S.A. Balance's work product and signed off as it being complete and accurate. I created the first subject matter expert certification course in the United States in this field for state and local law enforcement. Remember that. Cy Ray himself created the first subject matter expert certification course for this, okay? I have taught this course for over a decade, certifying over 100 subject matter experts in this field. Part of that course includes the peer review process. The standards in the field dictate that data must support a peer review. And I have personally completed well over 50 peer reviews myself. The state has not disclosed the required data to support a peer review of SA Balance's work. Okay. Now, taking all that into account, everybody, that basically, let's go into layman's terms here, says to me that, and excuse the terminology I use, that Nick Balance did absolutely dog shit. Excuse the language, because it irritates me. Nothing, guys. He did nothing. Nothing that he was supposed to do. It's right there in black and white. He didn't do it. Why didn't you do that, Balance? Why didn't he do his job? That's my biggest question, okay? He did nothing. Nothing that he was supposed to do. It's not there. The work is not there, okay? I know that's a lot of rigmarole. That's why I tried to put it in the easiest terms to understand, so sorry. The work that is supposed to be there to provide the proof and the truth does not exist. He didn't do it. Did he not do it because he was told not to do it? Did he not do it because he's lazy? Why didn't he do it? And the biggest problem with this is everything that was admitted to this, you guys, is proof of Brian's innocence to this. That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
I think there's no wonder they were pressing for his alibi. You know,
Yep.
but it seems to me, and you know, we've got all these documents, and it can be quite overwhelming at times.
Yes.
In a nutshell, I think they're making these statements without anything to back it up. It's as simple as that to me.
Here's what I see. I agree with you. And what I believe at this point, I believe that they thought that they can just do whatever they're going to do what they want to do, and that nobody was going to see it or question it.
Yeah.
That's
why I think that is why, just my opinion, that the prosecution just threw so many gigabytes of data to the defense in the hope of burying it. They're like,
and it was all just
there you go, find it.
And every bit of it was disorganized. Nothing was organized, Nelly. I do truly now believe that was all done on purpose. Period.
Yeah, I think, yeah, absolutely. My only question here is, you know, like Cy Ray says, the information that's missing is exculpatory to Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Why hasn't he come out with that? This is a genuine question. You know, is it at the stage in the case where I got the impression from that hearing he needed to have information from them to be able to work further on it, because he reserved judgment, didn't he? He said, well,
yes,
you know, I'm reserve the right to change my mind when I get what they give me. But it seems now he's saying that what's missing, he says it there, doesn't he? It's exculpatory. However, he doesn't provide an answer. Is that for trial?
I don't know that he's privy to that information to be able to bring that information. It has to come from that side for him to analyze the information to be able to get an answer from it, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a genuine question. Because I thought, you know, should he be saying, well, actually, I've got evidence that proves he's here and here and here. But is that just, I don't know, is that for trial? Is that, you know what I mean? I don't understand that part.
I know, I get it. I think that for Cy Ray to be able to analyze, to be able to understand how they're getting to where they're getting to, I'm trying to put this again in layman's terms, that he has to have that information needs to be provided to him that Balance did not put forth because he didn't do it. And without having that, then Cy cannot, you know, you can't come to the conclusion that Balance did because that work is not there.
Yeah.
That you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And it's like, why didn't you do that? Well, because if you do that, you put that information out there, the analysis will be able to be broke down by Cy, and it'll say the opposite of what the state is putting out there, and it will not follow the narrative that the state seems to be providing. And that in itself is a huge problem, in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah.
Tomboy, you're welcome to jump up here if you will, please. The link is pinned there, dear. So yeah, it's a big problem, guys. It's a big problem. And part of that here, I'm going to reread this. I read this the other day. Some of the people that are in here were not here the other day when I did this. This goes into this as well. What's up, Twizzle? Good to see you, buddy. And again, guys, the link is pinned. You guys are welcome to jump up here. Yeah, he will be testifying, I believe, at least at the trial, just not the hearing on April 9th and 10th. That's my understanding.
I hope so. I'm really concerned that they're going to do a Delphi on this. I'm worried.
That's what I worry about, Nelly, is that they're not going to allow this to happen.
I know.
That really
me. Because I might be wrong. I have to admit, I've been struggling to keep up with all the documents, and I'm doing my best to keep up. And I think I saw that the prosecution are trying to exclude third-party evidence.
Well, let me make another statement that I made, and I hate saying this, and I said this the other day, and Eddie agreed with me. My opinion, and I, as much as I hate to say this, is that Brian Koberger is going to be found guilty.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely believe that.
And you know what, Dago, it's why I stay awake. Honest to God, I wake up thinking about this case, or I go to bed thinking about this case, and I think without a doubt he's going to be found guilty no matter what is presented at this trial.
That's my worry. Unfortunately, my opinion. I pray to God I'm wrong. I really do, and I pray to God that Anne has the ability to. I see you, Twiz. I see you. I don't want it to happen, bro. I don't. Okay, not based on what we've seen. I don't, but I'm worried that that's what's going to happen. I really am. I would love to think that Hitler is going to see this for what it is, and he's going to go, hold on, stop. Okay. And he's going to twist this around and make it right. But I don't see it. And this is what I think the problem is. This is why this is. Let me read into this here a little bit more again and put this to some of you that may not have understood this. This again is the first affidavit I read the other day from Cy. Okay. And the most important part of this is towards the end, but I'm going to read this again. Okay. And I'm not going to read the whole part where he explains his experience and all that. We don't need to know that. He's overqualified. I'll just put it that way, in my opinion. Cy Ray is well overqualified to be able to make the statements that he does and the decisions that he does with this, okay? So let me get to a point here. He has instructed and taught and built all of these classes. He's taught this stuff to people, okay? Let alone he really has taught this stuff, so they can't question what he knows about this, in my opinion, okay? All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start here. Through his work, he says, in this discipline, I am regularly consulted by the prosecution, and that's the thing, you guys, is he usually works with the prosecution, not the defense. That'll tell you something, in my opinion.
This is the first case, isn't it?
I don't know if it's the first, but it's one of the first. Yes. One of very few. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, Heather. Good to see you. All right. So through my work in this discipline, I am regularly consulted by the prosecution on investigations around the world. As a recognized subject matter expert in this field, I have testified on the matter more than 100 times throughout the United States in both federal and state courts. Apart from this case, all my testimony in this field has been on behalf of the prosecution. So yes, this is the first one.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah, it is only in rare cases and circumstances that I have ever considered working on the side of the defense. I have worked extensively with timing advanced data from the cellular phone network providers over the past 15 years. I have testified to the use of timing advanced data numerous times. I am extremely familiar with the type of timing advanced records available from U.S. cellular providers, their retention periods, and the legal process to obtain those records. Time advanced records are maintained by cellular network providers that provide a time measurement. This time measurement refers to the amount of time it takes a radio signal to travel from a cell site to a mobile device and back to the cell site. Given this signal travels at a known constant speed of light, it is possible to use the measurement to determine the distance the mobile device is from that known cell site. When multiple cell sites record timing advanced data in short periods of time, hold on, sorry about that. It is possible to use trilateration to determine the location of a mobile device. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Advanced data in this manner is one of the most accurate ways for law enforcement to locate a mobile device. Given these records are available in a historical context, it is possible to conduct an analysis of timing advanced data to pinpoint historical locations of a mobile device at a given date and time. It is also possible to determine routes of travel, stagnation, which means, you know, if the phone's in one place, it's not moving, it's not being used, that kind of thing. And when a mobile device is powered on and off. As a result of its accuracy, requesting timing advanced data has become a standard practice for all law enforcement in the United States and is regularly requested through legal process relating to a criminal investigation. In August of 2021, I was approached by an FBI agent to assist in analyzing a type of record set identified as AT&T Timing Advance Report, and it was the first time I was made aware of this type of data from AT&T. Upon request, I can provide the date, time, location, and FBI agent that I assisted with the record set. As of the year 21, AT&T had not officially released a timing advance report to law enforcement. Therefore, the ZX software program did not yet support AT&T timing advance records. As a result of this interaction with the FBI, I obtained a copy of the timing advance report from the special agent and forwarded it to our software engineers to write code within the ZX system to support future uploads of this timing advance report. Now, mind you guys, for those of you that didn't get it or don't understand, that special agent would be the one we were just talking about, Nick Balance, okay? The next day, I was informed by, I'll just say Nick Balance, the AT&T timing advance report was not, okay? Hear this clearly. The day after that happened, Cy Ray was informed that the timing advance report was not supposed to be released or viewed outside of the FBI. That's interesting, isn't it? Okay.
Tego, I'm not sure that's Nick Balance, because wasn't this what happened in 2021?
Oh, wait a minute. Did I say Nick Balance?
Yeah.
I did. I got it. I'm sorry, guys. My apologies.
No, I just think this was before this case.
Strike that. My apologies.
No problem.
My head's scrambling a little bit. My apologies again.
Well, it is complicated. I tell you, my nose is pressed to the screen here, trying to get my head around it.
Just trying to make sure everybody understands this stuff, because a lot of stuff is hard. So please strike what I said there. That is my apologies. Sorry about that. Okay. No, welcome, Dark Fae. Good to see you. Angel D's in the house. Hold on, everybody. Scott Metalhead, welcome. Inua Gain, welcome. Just trying to catch everybody up here. So yeah, strike that last statement about who the agent was. My apologies. Hemisphere, welcome to you as well. Anybody I haven't seen yet, I will catch up with you. I'm so sorry. Anyway, on we go. Okay. So anyway, he was told the next day by an FBI agent, I'll leave it at that, okay, that this was not supposed to leave the FBI's office. Nobody was supposed to see this except for the FBI. And that individual requested that I return the report and not have any software developed to support the data that they had shown to me. I did return the report. However, due to that interaction between the two explained here, there is a paper trail documenting the facts of this interaction, okay? So it wasn't by his own fault, but that happens when you do this. So there was a paper trail after this, okay? I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T was providing the FBI with timing advance reports prior to 2021. During my career working with call detail records from every cellular provider in the United States, I have been involved with thousands of cases in which call detail records are obtained from these companies, leading the way in the establishment of best practices within this field of investigation. I wrote and provided custom search warrants for every provider and distributed them to thousands of law enforcement officers in the United States, assisting them in the legal process of obtaining the vast and ever-growing amount of data sets offered by cellular providers. I have worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand Center, the GLDC, for well over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that the AT&T GLDC is one way, not the only way, but one way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. I have firsthand knowledge that there is another way to obtain call detail records from AT&T without going through the GLDC. Over the course of many years, AT&T has had several different programs in partnership with federal law enforcement, primarily the FBI, that allowed for call detail records to be disseminated to the FBI without going through the standard GLDC process. The first AT&T timing report that I was presented and had a chance to review and became familiar with in August of 21 was obtained from AT&T through one of these other programs, not through the GLDC. I have been involved in numerous investigations where AT&T call detail records were obtained through these AT&T programs outside of the GLDC. The state is correct in their claim that AT&T GLDC did not provide law enforcement with AT&T timing advance reports until May of 2023. As a matter of fact, in May of 2023, the working group known as GLDC had only begun their storage of timing advance records. The first official release of AT&T timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement until June 15th of 2023 by the GLDC. In 2022, the FBI obtained AT&T timing advance records from another source outside of the GLDC. During this investigation, law enforcement obtained the following AT&T timing advance data. Two of the victims had AT&T phones. Law enforcement obtained AT&T advance data on both of those phones. Law enforcement developed an early investigative lead in the case. That person had an AT&T phone at the time of the crime. Law enforcement obtained his AT&T advance data. Law enforcement also requested a tower dump consisting of AT&T advance data. This request involved AT&T providing all of the connections between two specific cell sites in Moscow during a 2-hour period. The data produced was AT&T advanced data. In all, there were over 3,800 AT&T mobile phones that were identified in the timing advance tower dump. Okay, 3,800. That's a lot, folks. The AT&T advanced data was obtained by the FBI using an internal source at AT&T. And remember this name; it's going to be important. Mr. Boyd Jackson, who is not associated with the GLDC working group, and GLDC was not used to obtain this data. It was Boyd Jackson they went through. A forensic examination of the AT&T advanced records in the state's possession show Mr. Jackson's association with the reports. There is a work product in the state's possession created by the FBI showing the advanced data was not only obtained, but regularly referenced and used in the course of this investigation. Its existence is well known to the investigators and prosecutors. Mm-hmm. The state has provided a certificate of authenticity, COA, to defense in relation to the timing advance data records described above. The COA was created in April of 2024. Hold on. Congratulations. Welcome to the Sauce Love. We appreciate you very much. Welcome to the family, and it's wonderful to have you here. Appreciate you very much. And thank you, Brian, for gifting that membership. I can't see who got it right now. Appreciate that, Brian. It's so very generous of you, my friend. God bless. And welcome to the Sauce, to the other new meatball that we just received. I appreciate that so very much. And who got it? Was it Randy that got it? Who received it? Can you guys see who got that there? You gifted yourself? Okay. Well, congratulations again, Brian. Welcome back to the Sauce, buddy. Or no, Randy got it. Randy got it. Okay. Welcome back to the Sauce, Randy. Wonderful to have you back, my friend. That is awesome. Very awesome. Thanks again, Brian. That was so generous. And again, congratulations, Randy, and welcome. Welcome. Okay. And created in April 24 and issued by the director of GLDC, Stephen Gordon. I have previously worked with and I am familiar with Mr. Gordon. The COA specifically states I am qualified to authenticate the records attached hereto because I am familiar with how the records were created, managed, stored, and retrieved. I have personal knowledge that in the event Mr. Gordon was required to testify, that he would clarify prior to May of 23, neither nor he nor the AT&T GLDC working group was involved with AT&T timing advance records. Additionally, there is forensic evidence contained within the records that indicate they were not produced by the AT&T GLDC, nor were they produced in the year of 2024. In reviewing this data, I contacted and communicated with Mr. Gordon to clarify the chain of custody related to these records. Mr. Gordon and an AT&T legal representee informed me that Mr. Gordon would not be the individual to certify these records if required to do so, despite issuing the COA. In my review of this information, there is evidence to suggest that the chain of custody involving these records and COA were produced well outside of the AT&T's normal practice. There is missing information and data associated with this request. Prosecution's prior claims that AT&T timing advance data did not exist in 22 further complicates this issue. It is my expert opinion that any testimony proffered on behalf of the FBI or AT&T on this matter would clearly reveal these issues. So, evidence in direct contradiction to the state's motion is, in my review of this investigation, I have read numerous emails sent and received by law enforcement pertaining to their investigation. Anybody in chat, I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just trying to get through this here. I will catch up with you soon. Welcome, Jeff. Good to see you. On one such email dated 11/15 of 2022 was sent to Prosecutor Ashley Jennings at her Latah County government email address. This email is from Moscow Detective Lawrence Mowry. The email is informing Ms. Jennings of Detective Mowry's recent contact with FBI agent Nick Balance. S.A. Balance informed Detective Mowry that AT&T can provide timing advance data and to make sure it's listed in the search warrant. Pay close attention to this stuff, guys. Please. Detective Mowry is specifically asking Prosecutor Jennings to make sure that the AT&T timing data is listed in the warrant prior to the report ever being distributed by the working group known as GLDC. Mrs. Jennings did respond to Detective Mowry's email inquiring on the specific verbiage needed to obtain AT&T timing advance. This email is abundantly clear evidence that Mrs. Jennings was not only aware of the existence of AT&T data in 22, but also shows her intention to obtain it through legal process from AT&T. This email communication with Prosecutor Jennings is the same prosecutor who filed this current and contradictory motion stating that AT&T did not produce timing advance records in 2022. That's bad, okay? There is clear and convincing evidence that not only was the FBI able to obtain AT&T advanced records in 22, but they did so with the knowledge of the prosecutor's involvement in this case. In my review of this investigation, based on my training and experience, it is incredibly unusual that the defendant's timing advance records were not obtained by the FBI. The FBI demonstrated their ability to obtain timing advance in November of 22 by obtaining AT&T timing advance records on over 3,800 mobile devices. So basically, they're stating that they couldn't do this, but they sure as hell could do it for these 3,800 people. That's kind of crazy, okay? Or 3,800 devices, I'm sorry. None of them being the defendant's device, mind you. When it comes to location data from AT&T, advanced data can be some of the most accurate data available. Additionally, it contains connections to the network other than the typical voice, text, or data connections. This allows law enforcement to not only see more data, but more accurate data. Anytime a defendant's locations are in question, a timing advance report would be asked for as a standard operating procedure. Moscow PD's Moscow PD, by way of the FBI and with the knowledge of prosecutors, demonstrated their awareness of this standard procedure when they obtained the timing advance data on over 3,800 mobile devices. When detectives and prosecutors requested and served 2 different search warrants to AT&T on the defendant's AT&T account, they requested the same exact timing advance data they previously did when they obtained timing advance data from AT&T on over 3,800 mobile devices. They also maintained same process in utilizing the FBI to serve the legal demands on AT&T. There is no difference in the verbiage, legal process, or individuals that produced AT&T timing advance data on 3,800 mobile devices, and the request for the defendant's timing advance data that allegedly yielded nothing. Allegedly. Additionally, on December 23rd of 22, the FBI sent a communication directly to AT&T, specifically detailing their request for the defendant's AT&T advance records. With that, there is no reason to believe that AT&T would not respond to this request. And it is my expert opinion, AT&T timing advance data did exist for the defendant's AT&T mobile device in 2022. And it is requested from AT&T by the investigators involved in this case. The investigators previously demonstrated their ability to obtain the timing advance data in 22. Failure to produce the defendant's timing advance data is either a gross, and pay attention to this part too, is either a gross deviation from standard practice or intentionally withheld from release in discovery. Intentionally withheld from release in discovery. Now, we know how many motions Ann made to receive discovery from them for many things, but I believe that this is probably one of the most important. Motion after motion after motion after motion to receive the discovery. She wasn't getting it. So there's that. In conclusion, folks, it is my expert opinion in reviewing all the evidence that has been disclosed by the state that AT&T timing advance data was available on the defendant's phone in 2022. There is overwhelming evidence showing the state obtaining and using the timing advance data in the course of this investigation in 22 on over 3,800 AT&T mobile devices other than Brian Koberger's. There is no doubt the author of this current motion, Prosecutor Ashley Jennings, knew, or she should have known, AT&T advanced data did exist in 22. She was directly involved in the legal process to obtain it and was aware of work product created from it to further the investigation. The current motion is a deliberate, here we go. The current motion is a deliberate misrepresentation to the court to further conceal false statements used to obtain probable cause against the defendant, or Brian Koberger, and conceal exculpatory evidence from discovery. I am prepared to provide witness testimony and relevant exhibits that support all my opinions contained in this affidavit. It is my belief that this evidence is beyond clear and convincing and will be supported by any competent expert in this field who reviews all the data. This is not a battle of experts. The evidence supporting the opinions in this affidavit is overwhelming. In my nearly 30 years of working with and for prosecutors all over the United States, I have never witnessed such a deliberate attempt by prosecutors to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. Anyone making such a claim would have to believe the court is incapable of reviewing physical evidence in possession of the state in defense. It rises to a level beyond a simple miscommunication or oversight. It is clear and intentional misrepresentation in hopes to conceal a much larger issue. I respectfully request the court give this affidavit the due attention it deserves and explore these issues further. Bam. These two documents right here, but this one moreover blew my mind, Nellie. Blew my mind.
Yeah.
This,
Me too. The only thing I'm gonna ask here, if anyone can perhaps provide clarity on this, is that I saw a response. I can't remember the guy's name. He was, I think, possibly the FBI agent who dealt with this. It's not Nick Balance. No, it was the AT&T guy. It was the AT&T guy who said that for the prosecution that he testified because it wasn't within 7 days, they couldn't provide the data. And that seemed to be the end of that. From what I saw, it was like, well, obviously after the crime, it's almost like if it was after the crimes, they had a 7-day window.
Yeah, but that's been proven.
I didn't understand. I don't believe that myself.
No.
I don't believe that technology reacts that way. And I'm sure if Cy Ray were here, he'd have a great answer. Yeah. But I did see that this guy, who Cy Ray liaises with, actually was backing up the prosecution, saying it was over the 7-day limit. And I didn't really understand what that meant.
To me, it means bullshit. Excuse the language, but that's what that
means. I felt like that too.
Yep.
But I think Hitler's going to believe that.
I think that they believe that most people have no knowledge of these things and would believe that kind of stuff. But bringing somebody in like Cy Ray that could see that and go, no. You know what I mean? No. It is word salad, Eddie. I agree with that. Definite word salad.
It was certainly the prosecution's response, wasn't it? It was like, well, that's the reason that this didn't happen was because it was outside of the 7-day limit.
Right.
What does that tell us? That no suspect's phone and CAS data or whatever it is, what they're talking about, cannot be investigated if it's after 7 days. That's just bullshit.
And that's I'm saying. I mean, to think about it. So on day number 8, it changes everything. It's going to change the data. It's going to no. Come on, guys. Come on. Again, that's it right there. It just doesn't make any sense. It's another stupid excuse to avoid and misrepresent data that could prove exculpatory to the defendant. And again, it goes back to what I have highlighted right here. That this is put out there. This has been done to conceal a much larger issue.
Yeah. I mean, that's massive.
And I mean, it's way larger. Okay. Big problem, you guys. Big problem here. And I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say because I'll be honest with you guys. I slightly started doubting some of what I was thinking for a while there. Okay.
Well, we all do, Dago. We do. I do too.
And I'm like, well, maybe they're right. Maybe I'm reading more into this than I need to. Maybe it's really not, what we think. And people are telling us now, you know that. You remember that. You guys are stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not seeing anything. Are you a lawyer, attorney? Are you a law enforcement officer? Of course we're not. And of course we don't have that experience.
Neither are they. Right. We have to remember that. Always flip it. Like neither are you.
Well, the point is you don't even have to be. You have to have some common sense and be able to think about some things a little bit more than what people do. And to come to the point that we're at right here, it all comes back down to there is a much larger issue, just as is highlighted right here, that is being avoided to a deep, deep extent. Okay. Now, here's my problem. I think that just hit on it right there. Hemisphere said, you can't ignore this. And if Hitler were to ignore this or does not act on it, that would be misjustice bigger than what the prosecution is doing. He already said no to Cy Ray testifying at the hearing. To me, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Okay. Not only is this prosecutorial misconduct, but then we're looking at a judge that That's a problem, folks. You can't ignore something like this. You have to address this. And if you need to take a minute to look into it to find out whether it's true, that's understood. But ignoring it, that's a no-no. I'm sorry, but that's a big no-no. In a case like this specifically, no. You don't do that. So, I don't know. Hey, Snooper, good to see you. Let me catch up real quick here. Mark G, good to see you. Yeah, Eddie, and I feel the same way, Eddie. I absolutely feel the same way, and I'm nervous. I'm worried that it's going to be ignored. We know it's out there. They can't deny that this document exists. How many people have read through this and discussed this now at this point? Not just us, obviously. So, Bobby said that if Cy can testify, his affidavit will not be allowed to come in. See, this is what I'm saying. Steve W says that Hitler is going to address it as hushly 7 days. Okay, well, we'll see. Julianne, welcome. Good to see you again. Local Last, good to see you. He's ignored everything else. Hopefully, he'll take it differently coming from Cy. Hopefully, but I doubt it. Bobby, explain what you mean by this here. That's it. You know, if Cy can't testify, that his affidavit will not be allowed to come in. Can you kind of explain that so that people can understand that a little bit more? I don't know how to explain that. You know, based on what the rules and stuff are. Holly Hello says, okay, but the docs also say for Cy to be ready to testify if the need arises during the hearing. Hitler is not glossing over SR's Cy Ray's contribution. Well, I don't know what is going to happen. I don't know what to think. I have a strong feeling that for some reason or some point, they're not going to allow this. Okay. And that they're not going to allow him. This can't go away, Joanne. It's here. It's in black and white. If it does get, you know, pushed under the rug or something, that's going to be a big problem. A big problem. Oh, Lord Almighty.
The one thing I keep in mind is Andrea Burkhart. I love her as a lawyer. You know,
Yes.
like we think somebody asked a question months ago, saying, well, you know, if there's zero evidence at this stage, can't they throw it out? And she said, it will not be thrown out at this stage.
No.
It has got to go to trial no matter what. So even if,
Yeah,
you know, all of this came to a head and Hitler says, you know what, this is BS, it's still got to go to trial to prove that there isn't evidence. He's not, I don't think this can legally not go to trial now. I think it has to. I'm taking her word for it, but that's what I saw.
Well, we talked about this the other day, and I think it's known. You can't, like, if they were to pull something up and out and say, okay, this proves Brian's absolutely innocent, they can't just let him walk free. They have to run through the process.
Yeah.
Still. And that's, you know, that's something I do know. Okay, Bobby says that the affidavit is hearsay unless Cy testifies to it and the authenticity and his research to support. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I understood that. But that's what that basically means, guys, is that
surely so is Nick Balances then.
Right. Exactly. So the thing is that Nick is going to have to prove by showing the work that he didn't do.
Yeah.
That he did this. Hey, Willie, what's up, buddy? The link is pinned up there, brother. If you want to,
Hi, Willie.
yes, if you want to join us, Willie, the link's pinned, bud. Someone has to go down for this time.
It's a little bit off track, but we have covered it a little bit. There's something that's really standing out to me, and it would be a massive lie by the prosecution, but there's something really sus to me about Brian's selfie. You remember the pictures in the press when Brian was younger and he lost all that weight and he looked really thin and pale?
Yeah, I do.
It matches that. So if you look at Brian in the car with his father, and you look at Brian's mugshot, and you look at Brian in the red boiler suit, He is not thin. He is much healthier because I thought, you know what, maybe his mum fed him up at Christmas, but in the car with his dad, he is bigger, healthier. I when I saw that selfie, I thought that's not him when he was arrested.
Yeah, that picture.
It's
That
an old picture, I swear. As
I
I'm
made.
sitting here, it's not a real picture of him at that moment in time. In
I
my
I I question that too because I have even stated that I said, look at him in court when he comes into court.
yeah,
He's not that pale and white. He's not
tiny.
right. Somebody definitely did something with that picture or pulled it from a different place and the only person that could say that hey, this is me or not is him. Of course, we're not going to hear that from him, but he could
He
definitely.
looks younger. He looks painfully thin. He looks anorexic. And when you see him in the car with his dad, he looks like he's all grown up. He's a man
Mhm.
and he's healthy. His mugshot is healthy. Him walking in court with the red boiler suit on
Yes.
is not the selfie picture. There's something amiss there for me. I think I don't trust that selfie. I really don't trust it. And that
I
is not me as a conspiracy theorist. I just looked at it thinking, well, that looks like Brian when he had been fat and then just was kind of lost loads of weight and looked like he had an eating disorder.
He doesn't look the same. I mean, even the mugshot, okay? When you look at that and then you refer to that,
Yeah,
they
they
don't match
don't
up.
match. They do not match. And then I start questioning myself and thinking, oh God, I'm just getting silly about this. So I step away and I go back and I look and I say, no, that's not the Brian. Look at the picture of Brian signing papers in his navy shirt. Look at the picture of the mugshot. Look at him walking in prison. Look at him sitting with his dad in the car. Look at him in the traffic stop.
Yep.
None of them match the selfie. None
No.
of them.
Nope,
And
I
I'm
can agree.
sorry, I don't trust the selfie at all.
And it doesn't it again, they don't they no, they don't match first. I mean, they don't. I'm looking at two different versions of it right now. It's not even remotely close to he looks younger in my opinion too.
Yeah.
Okay? He looks younger. The picture, like there's a picture I was looking at of him in court. Granted, the suit changes things, I get it, but no, his face looks more mature to me. Okay, does that make sense? Than it does in that other picture. Is all I'm saying.
Absolutely. He
Thanks,
looks
SRB.
he looks like a man
He
rather than
does.
a child. He looks like a young. All I remember is seeing a picture of him after he lost all that weight. Do you remember everyone was like, oh, he lost weight because of
Yep.
this, that, and the other. And he
Yes.
actually, I think he was on drugs at the time and
Mm-hmm.
he looked awful. And when I looked at the selfie, I thought there's no way Dylan would describe that physique as athletic or basketball. I would describe it as skinny and anorexic,
Right.
actually.
What's
Um,
up, buddy? Thank you for joining us. What's happening,
You
Willie?
think?
to the house.
What's going on?
What's
You're
up,
right.
bro?
Not much. Listen, uh, I mean, how many things do the prosecution have to put out before we stop believing it?
I'm done with it now at this point, dude.
So who put that picture up?
The prosecution, of course.
Okay.
Of course. Of course.
Like, remember that video of Joe Rogan around like when coronavirus was happening, and they put this video out, and they made his skin look like yellow, and then it
Yeah.
turned out that the news actually doctored the video to make him look more sick than he was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the prosecution here that are literally grasping at straws that put this out so the news can talk about it and everybody can, I don't know, say whatever they're saying. And to me, that proves nothing. I mean, they can doctor as much as they want. The guy's taking a photo at 10 something in the morning looking like, he just came back from the gym or something. I mean, he doesn't look like he just took out 4 people and didn't sleep all night. I get he doesn't look his best, but he doesn't look like he's knocked out of his mind. You know what I mean? Like I'd look
Not at
nuts.
all. Not at all. Nope.
Willie, would you, all of us, if at that point, if it was Brian, right, he'd be shitting himself, pardon my French, that he'd left his bloody sheath behind. Do you
Of
think
course.
he'd be going, woohoo, yay, thumbs up, I achieved.
Especially if he's OCD.
Oh, he is OCD. Yes.
And he bought this knife and sheath back in March. This has been with him for all these months. This, I mean, I talked to somebody that's OCD. They look at things, they look at possessions as like, yeah, you know what I mean? So like, if you lose something or you misplace something, it's a big freaking deal. And now you're talking about misplacing a sheath that's going to put you in jail for the rest of your life. I don't know, man.
I can tell you right now, I have it bad, guy. I spent 3 hours. I'm still looking for the cord for my headphones, and I was going nuts the other night. I can't find it, and I'm still going nuts over it. It's that important to me. So somebody with OCD,
yeah.
You know what? Even putting that in, it's a good thing you said that, Willie, because add the fact that Brian does have that OCD to the crime itself. Okay, the fact that the crime was committed itself is a problem for me. The way that it went down. The mess of it per se, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Take that to thought. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, you guys.
For a guy who quit a job gutting fish, he was surely okay with being covered in blood. I mean, if it just doesn't make sense to go in there without a gun. Like if you're going to go in there outnumbered against, you could be up against 15, 20 people. You're not going in there without a firearm. I'm sorry.
I have to address Bobby there. It's not about his chest, Bobby. It's his face. It's the gaunt appearance of his face, not his neck and his. It's nothing to do with him wearing a bulletproof vest. It's his whole facial look in that selfie is ill. He looks really ill. So no, it's nothing to do with the bulletproof vest. I just wanted to say that. But, like, I would not, right, I'm going to tell you a little story. Once upon a time in my life, I sought revenge on someone that I could not stand. And it was a tiny prank, okay? It was a silly prank. I'm not going into any more detail. No one was put in any harm whatsoever. But I woke up that next morning shitting myself, thinking, and I was pissed at the time, and I was like, this is funny, I'm going to do this. And it was like the equivalent to chucking dog shit in their garden, But let me tell you this, I would not have taken a selfie, putting my thumbs up the next morning, because all I could think about was, you knob, what did I do? I don't believe for a minute Brian would be at 10:30 in the morning going, thumbs up, everyone. I murdered 4 people.
But that's the thing. It's not even everyone. It's not like he posted this shit to his social media. He only sent this pic to probably one person. So, everybody's like, oh, look at him gloating. Gloating to who?
Oh, that's a very good point, Willie. Yeah, probably. You know what? It looks to me, I might be wrong, that he's sending a picture before he puts his tie on. It looks like he's going to wear a tie.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what he's doing. I just care what he looks like. And I don't see no scratches on his face, on his neck, on his hand that he has a thumbs up on. Get out of here.
I saw someone in a comment section and they said to me, there is a sore on his thumb where he held the knife. There is a scratch under his shirt. I've looked him up and he never buttons his top coat. And it's like, you know what? Maybe this day his top shirt collar button was done up because he was going to wear a tie. You can't say he never wears his shirts up like that. You don't know the guy.
But I thought during this time and before this picture was taken, the shower he took, the clothes, the time all that took to put on and shit, I thought he was out around the crime scene trying to get his sheath back. How did he get home so quick and propped up to take a pic like this at 10:30? If he was out,
that was not him at the time. I'm sorry.
Now it's that's right. Now it's not him, is it?
That's not him. They've taken
So the
him off.
states only handed over the evidence that's going to kind of make their case make sense, instead of handing over all the evidence to show that, you know, he might not have done it, if you look at this, and they won't hand it all over. That's what's sick.
Well, the same thing they're doing with the phone, Willie. Now that all this stuff has come out about the phone, this and everything else, now it's well, he left his phone somewhere and came back and got it.
See what I mean?
You don't have
So every time something comes out, the prosecution shifts. Oh, he never stalked. Oh, don't worry about the PCA. Oh, don't this. Oh, and these people are still buying this shit.
They're doing everything they can do to pick this back up. Every time somebody knocks it out of their hands, that we got it now, we're gonna fix it.
But as soon as Anne makes a decent argument, everybody's like, she's what? She's doing her goddamn job. This isn't what the state's supposed to do. They're not supposed to just, frame whoever the hell they want and us be okay with it.
I even stated earlier, I said this the other day, that I was a little slightly irritated with how many motions Anne put through. And I'm like, now, and I said this just the other day, I'm like, you know what? I see why. Because all this bullshit, she has to put through all these motions to prove what she's got to prove, that this is absolute bullshit, you guys.
Think about this, bro. It's almost April and she's still waiting on evidence. That is wild.
Well, sorry, Willie, it shouldn't be allowed in.
No shit.
Nope.
It's like, back off, because you've missed your deadline.
Yep.
By like months.
Yeah.
I listened to a thing earlier too. These people are reaching so bad. Stupid ass Chris McDonough. Show. Look. He's like,
God.
if you look at his thumb there, it looks like there's a bruise, guys.
I've had that. He's had this. Look,
He has a bruise.
And he's got a cut poking out of his shirt. And I swear, as I'm
He's
sitting
not a lefty anyway.
I don't think that was him at the time. I really don't. It looks.
I can agree with you. I can agree.
He's not taking that picture with his left hand. Is Chris McDonough high?
Oh, that man is a joke.
Everything he can find. This is what these people will do: is they will pull every time there's an answer brought to the table to one of the questions, and it's answered, and it shuts that specific thing down. They come back with something dumber. That's all it is. There's no way. Quiz proved it already with timing. Okay. There's no way that Brian, per se, if he were to leave his phone somewhere, could have gone to and from and back and ended up back on the network the way that he did and being no, it just doesn't make sense. There's no way time wise it could have happened. So you need to leave.
That's what I mean. Like they're molding it to try to make sense, and they just look bad, dude.
And that's another thing that Candy just brought to Candy girl. Good to see you. If the man had a bruise, I'm sure with the OCD, he would have not showed it to us.
Or maybe not taken a picture.
Exactly. Thank
you. How about that? A cloud-based forensics teacher's assistant would know not to take a damn picture of himself with the I mean, this is disgusting that people don't sit down and just use common sense. Just all day they're just going on these fucking theories. Sit down and relax and just think about this from a common sense standpoint. This is a human being that has to commit this crime alone.
Yep.
So
you can tell me all you want. Oh, he's involved somehow. I don't give a shit. That's not what the state's saying. The state's saying that Brian Kohberger did this by himself and he did it this way. That's what they need to prove. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't give a shit if he might have been involved or not. That's not what they're going after.
I just want us to. This is a genuine experiment. Take a deep breath, and I want you to take my two scenarios, right, that I'm going to give you now, and I want you to just apply simple logic, okay? So you've got one guy at 10:30 in the morning, showered in his own apartment with his thumbs up at 10:30 on the 13th of November. On my other side, we've got someone who was in the crime scene when it happened, taking photos at around 10 o'clock in the morning with 4 dead bodies upstairs who has not yet called 911. Which pictures are you going to freak out over?
Bethany Funks.
Thank you. Where's mainstream media going, what the hell?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Which one is mainstream media going to report? Not Bethany Funk's.
Well, you
So
can't do that, Nelly, because that's victim shaming. Sorry,
exactly.
but
The
bullshit.
fact that people are still using that shit is funny.
Not victims, you can tell from their text messages.
I'm sorry. The actual victims didn't get to surf on Instagram for 2 hours. Okay, so how the hell are they victims?
That's right. The only thing they're victims of the circumstance of the crime. Period. There's no victims to the crime. There's no victims to. They're not survivors.
She's checking if she got the job or not while her friends are dead in the house.
Thank you.
That's crazy, dude. I'm sorry, that's crazy. She's surfing on Instagram while Bethany's calling 911. Whoever the hell called 911 for a minute. Dylan's surfing on Instagram while 911's being called. Yet the whole, we have to go in and we have to do this. It's all bullshit, man. All of it.
I can't get my head around the fact that mainstream media are not saying, oh my God, we've got somebody.
Why would they?
In the house when the murders took place. She's still in the house. She's taking photos. She has not yet called 911. She's got 4 dead bodies upstairs.
But you know the answer to that already. You know the answer to that. You know why they don't post this shit, because they're going to get crap from people in the comments that are all biased, and then that's why they report what they report, because of the feedback. They get positive feedback when they report on the suspect, but if they're going to report on the witnesses and start, looking at them differently, it's going to cause an uproar. That's why they're just sticking with the status quo.
Where's the logic? Where is the logic that you've got a woman?
There's no logic in the media.
Shit, we've got a woman with 4 dead bodies upstairs taking photos, and nobody says a word.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say it again.
They would have. Now, Nelly and Willie and I have agreed on this for a couple years now. If it was him or I that was doing this, we'd have both been under the jail right now. Period.
Yeah. I'm glad you said, and I don't want to say that every time I'm on a pit, but
it's facts, dude. It's facts.
That's what I mean. Me and you had our phones out. We were just chilling, taking pics. I mean, okay. Remember that he actually got arrested. I think like I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago, a month ago. Remember the Kansas City Chiefs game? Like the street guys that died.
They overdosed. Yeah. I remember that.
And everybody was giving that guy shit for not, his friends being dead in the backyard. He was chilling for a couple days, whatever it was. And then it was, it was kind of split between like, he might not have known compared to like, of course he known.
Yeah. Him and his drug dealer got arrested finally.
So that's what I mean. So everybody was looking at that guy suspiciously because we didn't take any action. Now over here, we have 2 people not taking any action at all, actually doing the complete opposite. And we're just like, no big deal.
Yep. That's right. That's
crazy.
Right. You are absolutely right, bro. Stevie, what's up, brother? Guys, I said this the other day when I first read that document that I just read to you, when I went off, because I'm just tired, fucking sick of it. I'm sick of the lies, the bullshit.
Yeah, it should piss people off, man. This is our justice system on display here.
We have been lied to from day one. And we have a man, granted, and I promise you, I've been here from day one in support of the victims and their families. It's horrifying. They deserve actual justice, but this man is about to lose his life as well. For what?
For what exactly?
From what I've read, nothing from what I've read.
Yeah, because they refused to look into other DNA. That's crazy.
Right.
So he's just supposed to sit on death row while these 3 profiles just sit there in a file or something. Like, what the hell?
3 profiles that they absolutely refuse to run through CODIS. For what reason? Nobody knows. First thing they should have done, ran it through CODIS. Nothing.
But this guy, they do everything to get his invisible DNA that they jump through hoops to freaking find out who it is. That's hilarious, man.
I really want to understand, you guys. I really want to understand. Yeah, it's right. Actually, Joanne, 5 profiles, actually. But I really want to understand how they got this man's DNA or how they got the sheath. Those are the 2 things that I can't quite. I just want to know. I want to know. Did Brian buy this as a gift for somebody and somebody stole it? Did he buy this and gave it to somebody as a gift? And that person, I'm just saying that's the only thing.
But you're saying that he buy this? Did he even buy the same damn?
Did he even buy it? Yes.
I mean, they can't even prove that to us, for Christ's sakes.
I want to see a receipt. I told you that the other day, you guys. Where's the receipt?
That's
Show
what I
the
mean. Any
receipt.
guilt or whatever that tells me, oh, he bought. Okay, where? Just because you heard it in a document that he clicked on something, where's the receipt?
And then they had enough gall to twist and turn the way the use of Amazon to make it look like he went back to buy another one. Miss me with that bullshit.
And listen, dude, to be honest, the person that seals the deal for me is now with this side, right? Because this is the first time Cy has ever sided with the defense. He's not going to put his name, reputation, all that shit on the line if he thinks even for a sliver that Brian did this.
Not even close. You ain't lying, bro. Not. And the man is beyond, okay, beyond qualified to make the statement.
Yeah, he trained all these dudes, didn't he?
He created all this shit. Yes, basically.
Yeah, so what the hell?
And he said he's never in 30 years seen such absolute misrepresentation to, in a sense, cover up a much, much larger problem. Bingo.
Yeah, and if I'm telling you what, dude, if the prosecution had Cy Ray, pinpointing Brian at that, oh my God, people would be losing their minds. Everybody would be live right now going crazy. But because he's helping the defense, you don't hear a peep. Nothing.
Right. That's right.
You hear a pin drop.
And I said this the other day, guys, I've been sitting, and I know I'm probably going to get spit at. I've been sitting on the fence with this from the beginning, in the middle, trying to wait for this trial, which
no, you haven't, bro. You just say you've been on the fence, but okay, go ahead, keep going.
Shut up. Anyway, it's true.
You can't fool me, bro.
I questioned everything from the beginning, and I have been on the fence with this. I'm telling you right now, and I've leaned back and forth. Guilt. I've seen things that made me think he was guilty at first. Then I didn't. Then I did. Then I didn't. I'm telling you flat out from this point forward, after seeing what I've seen, I am leaning very hard to the right, and that would be the innocent side, because I do not see anything at this point. I, in my mind, do not believe that Brian Kohberger did this. I'm telling you right now, flat out, and I will not go back on that until you can show me proof, flat out, real deal proof that everything we have just seen is nothing but bullshit.
Yeah. And everything you just said isn't wrong, because everything you just said is innocent until proven guilty. That's exactly what you just explained, dude.
Yes, sir.
So anybody who's mad at that needs to look in the mirror. And like I said, never, ever report for jury duty in your life. Throw it away or make an excuse not to go. Please don't.
I tried to see the guilt side of this, you guys. It doesn't exist. As far
Me
as
too, especially with the whole knife thing. I was like, all right, we're getting somewhere. And then, I was like, where's the receipt? I'm like, oh.
Yep.
I don't know. I was like, oh, call me when they actually have some.
It doesn't. Yeah, hold on. I'll blow it up again. There's nothing on his thumb. This is such ridiculous.
On his thumb. It's his left. These people, man.
I think. So, do you remember when Brian? I think it was his first or second appearance in court. He had shaving cuts, and people, and even mainstream media were reporting on that.
He's got blood on his neck, and he's been in jail.
How about that shadow in his arm in the traffic cam? Everybody's like, look at that big ass scar on his arm. Like, what?
You know who embarrasses me the most is Ashley Banfield.
Oh my God, I know.
Oh God.
Yeah. She's a mess.
The other day, and I thought, I'm really struggling watching this. She's so terrible at what she does. Then you've got Coffin Duffer, who hasn't got two brain cells to run together. Then you've got Nancy Disgrace, who's just got a chip on her shoulder and is still avenging her husband's death.
Every one of them. I'll give them this much, you guys. And I said this about Vinny today, because I love Vinny. You guys know I do. I cover everything with them. Vinny's doing what he's doing. They're all getting a paycheck, you guys. Every one of them.
That's what I mean. You could see in Vinny's eyes that he sees through the bullshit. He just can't. He just can't say he's seeing through the bullshit.
They're doing their job. They gotta say what they're saying because of their paychecks. That's 100%.
Really pisses me off. Vinny redeemed himself a little bit with Delphi for me.
A little, yeah, I agree.
Little. But Kohberger, you've got News Nation announcing at the end of every news podcast thingy.
For more unbiased news coverage, suck me.
Well, come to News Nation for your unbiased coverage.
You want unbiased? That's truth. That's Truth Nation, baby, not the News Nation.
There
Oh,
you go. There you go. That was a good plug.
Yeah.
That was a good plug.
they give me
Yeah.
anxiety. They really give me
Annie's calling me.
anxiety. I can't watch them. And Coffin Duffer, bless her. I
Maybe
would
Annie will
love
come in.
somebody to deep dive into her life. I actually thought she might have been a filing clerk at the FBI, and then I thought, do you know what? I'm not convinced she'd know the alphabet.
I think
She's
she ran.
so
I think she was.
dumb.
I think Jennifer Hackenkoffer was the front desk receptionist for the FBI because
Oh,
she's about as dumb as a three-legged elephant. I'm telling you
I
right
know.
now. I'm telling you. We watched something earlier on my earlier show between that newest interview between her and Banfield, and I went, "What did you just?" She basically contradicted herself.
Yeah,
Okay,
she does.
she absolutely contradicted just as much as she said that in the Delphi case that those sticks fell out of the tree on top of the.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, oh my God. And then with Sebastian Rogers, she's sitting there with Seth, his dad, saying, we can clearly see how distant she was from her son in that meal they had together. I swear to God, I wanted to hit her. I thought,
Yes,
you are
These people
horrible.
have. These people have no. These people have no. You gotta understand. These people have no empathy. Right.
None.
No,
As much as they try to show it like on their little segments and stuff, they don't give a shit about the victims. They don't give a shit about these people. You kidding me?
Nope.
Thank you,
They don't
Willie.
read the documents and stuff.
That's right. They have no passion for this whatsoever. It's a paycheck for most of them.
Said myself in someone's comments, I said they are psychopaths themselves because
Yeah.
absolutely they have no empathy.
That's what I mean. And could you imagine if like channels like, this and like, others didn't exist to put out the truth? Yeah, but could you imagine if it was just MSM and that's where we got our source?
Nope.
We wouldn't know.
Once upon a time, not that long ago, that's all we had.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, but if you look at news coverage back in, I was talking to Annie about this the other day. If you look at news coverage back in like whenever the hell, even radio and television was just starting to go, it was so unbiased, and you could see, that they would just report on what the hell was going on, not report in a way that's going to appeal to this mass or that mass, and that's what I can't stand today. And
the problem, Willie, with that now is that mainstream media is 1,000,001% regulated by law enforcement.
Absolutely,
they are not allowed to put out anything that they're told not to. If they do, they shut it down. And that's how they.
So in my opinion, that's a stage, bro.
It is. It 100% is.
I mean, it's true when you get the journalists and law enforcement doing deals. It's like,
of course it's true. When you have somebody else running your reality and not the reality that's actually, because, if we're going to trust where we get our news from and go with it, then people live in this alternate reality that, say this, and this they hear on Law and Crime or Court TV. And then you tell them, well, no, if you look at the documents, it says this, and this. They're like, oh, my God.
Yep.
Why did I know this?
Because it is absolutely what you said. It's a stage with the script. Absolutely every bit of it.
So can I tell you, just to remind you guys about this, and I've been thinking about this. I did a video probably 2 years ago now, and it was about mainstream media reporting on this case. And Jennifer Coffin-Duffer and what's that show? Oh Jesus, I've gone blank.
Yeah, I think she's the worst one, Coffin-Duffer.
Morrison. What's his show? He's the main reporter.
I don't know. Which one?
Dateline. Okay, so we got Dateline and Coffin-Duffer.
Lester Holt, yeah.
Around the same time, Coffin-Duffer stated on mainstream media that she believed there was a possibility that Brian had planned this case from home and had planned to move to Washington with those targets in mind. Then you had Dateline, who actually stated Koberger and that knife traveled from Pennsylvania to Washington with this in mind. And when this came out, what he purchased, I immediately thought they knew. They were leaked information of what he'd bought. So Coffin-Duffer had been leaked she's going to have FBI links.
Yep.
And she's in mainstream media. She was leaked that he'd purchased things, and Dateline had been leaked. And I remember at the time thinking, this is really bizarre. Why would he say Coburg on that knife traveled from Pennsylvania to Washington? How does he know when he bought the knife, if he bought the knife? Now I'm thinking, yeah, you were told he bought the knife.
That's how they get. That's how they run their narrative.
Yeah, he even brought it to Washington. What's going to happen when it comes about that whatever knife he bought off Amazon, they found all of it? They found the sheath, the knife, and the sharpener at his parents' house.
Right.
What's going to happen then?
But my point is, they knew they'd been leaked what he bought by then.
Of course.
And Lana did a video recently about the Linda Lane footage when they leak things to avert you from something else that's going on.
That's what I mean. If they truly had their ducks in a row and could pin Brian to the wall, they wouldn't have to do all this shit.
No, they would have done it already, Willie. They'd have been done with it, and none of this stuff would be.
And to be honest, we wouldn't even be we wouldn't be talking about. We'd be talking about, I don't know, whatever other case is going on right now. Nobody would be discussing this. The only reason people are still discussing it is because shit doesn't add up. Even the media knows it doesn't add up. They're just going to report on what they have to say. But the reason they keep actually reporting on it is because they know it's a viral, controversial case. They know, they're not stupid.
That's where their ratings are coming from, and they're, like I said, every one of them is doing their job. They come into work every day. They're handed their script again, and it's okay. Go in there and talk about how guilty Brian is again. Come on.
Yeah, and if you look at I think it's Court TV. Or no, maybe it's not. One of them, they never have a guest on that's playing the devil's advocate. It's always like four people that are all agreeing with each other. It's like, what the hell is this?
Yep. Every
that
time.
Is so
I have
boring,
not,
dude.
You tell me one time, one news outlet that you've seen one time during this entire thing that you've seen anybody say anything other than Brian is guilty ever.
In this case, I haven't.
Never. Yeah. Not one
but
time.
With like the Karen Reed case, every night they had, I think his name was Nick or whatever, but they would have Nick and this dude from like Yellow Cottage Cheese, I think the channel's called, and they would like battle it out on like, the defense and the prosecution for the trial. But no, I haven't seen one, guest they have on,
They're not allowed to do it. They're not allowed to do it.
Right, it's because they keep having the freaking victim's dad on who is trying to push his own narrative.
And like I said, the day that Steve came out, and this means no disrespect towards him, and it's probably not his fault, but this is what happens. The day that Steve Gonzalez came out here and said that they believed that it was a prank, as soon as he said that, the whole world ran a marathon with that, and they still are. It's all been a prank. And that's what happens here. It's crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy. Yeah, but the evidence never backs it up.
Nope.
Because if it's a prank, you cannot get away from the fact.
That's why he keeps going on TV, though, Nelly.
Run. She said, "I'm screwed." Run. I mean, run. And right. This is
okay. Okay. If you just saw a person outside of your room with
towards them,
a weapon, are you going to run out?
Thank you.
Like, are you just gonna be like, screw it, I'm gonna run towards this masked person? Is that what I'm supposed to believe now?
No, not at all.
Why did Bethany believe that her floor was safe? How did they know there was only one intruder?
Thank you.
Dylan, you're right next to the slider.
Bingo.
She said,
how did she not know there was 5 masked people or one of them waiting on the staircase for her? How would she know?
Sense. Does not make sense.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good point, Nelly. Very good point. 100%.
Right, says run down here. So Dylan has a choice at that moment. She runs to the slider that's immediately to her left, and in an interview later, she says she's not sure the intruder left that way.
And somebody cut the power off in the house.
She runs down the stairs that she actually says is unlit. She says it in the interview. I know she said there were no lights on the stairs. She runs towards the intruder, down the stairs, past the front door to Bethany's room. Bethany says, run down here. Why? Why, Bethany? What? You know your floor is safe.
That's what I would have said.
That there's no intruder down there, really.
Here's the thing. At that point, even based on the text messages, at that point, they didn't know what was going on. They claim, okay. Yeah. So why are you running? What are you terrified of? Why are you freaked out? Not unless you do know certain things, okay?
Absolutely.
Now, and that goes back to the very first words spoken on the 911 call.
I was a frozen shock, bro.
Right, but that is all I had to hear was the first words spoken on the 911 call. So and when she said that, hold on.
Was it something's happened in our house?
Frozen shock. Where did that even? Who made that up?
What's that?
Frozen shock. Where the hell did that come from?
That was from the detective that wrote that out for her. That's part of the coaching, in my opinion. But when Bethany got on the phone and said, "Hi, there's something going on in our home, or something happened or is happening in our home. I don't know what." That was all I had to hear right then and there.
Yeah, our friend passed out drunk or something like that.
Yeah,
really?
Two different things. Two different situations. You called because somebody's passed out that you didn't even know because you couldn't get in the room to see that. But then you said something's happening in our house.
Yeah,
I'm calling bullshit on both.
Absolutely.
You're right, because they would have had to witness something to have called Hunter over, or Emily, whoever the hell they called over. So that means they would have already seen what went down. So that whole charade of, hey, we have to go back in, we have to do this. They were already in there and saw what happened.
Right.
So that's all show right there, dude. That's all show.
Yeah, exactly.
And how can somebody tell me it's not?
Right. So listen to this then, because this was my take on it. Right. So I assume, and I might be wrong, okay, but the first person on that 911 call is Bethany because it's her phone. And she says what you said, Dago, is something. And she's like, something's happening. Something happened in our house. I don't know what. Then she goes away. Then you've got no more crying in the background. So then you've got, I think it's Emily comes on, who's the neighbor, who says our friend is passed out. She drank too much last night. And they saw a guy in their house, right?
Okay.
And she's not waking up.
So why were cops dispatched, Nellie?
Hang on. Yeah. So then they pass the phone to who I believe is Dylan, and the 911 dispatcher says, "Is there someone passed out in your house right now? I need to know this." What does Dylan say? I don't know, but can I tell you about 4 a.m. pretty much what happened?
Yeah, that's all they cared about.
So Dylan didn't know that someone had passed out, apparently. Didn't give a shit whether someone had passed out. Just wanted to say what happened at 4 a.m. But their neighbor knew that someone had passed out. And also, the neighbor knew that it was Xana. Yet, apparently, Dylan and Bethany knew that Maddie and Kaylee weren't answering their phones the night before. So why didn't Emily say, nobody's answering the phone in the house, we're really worried? Dylan didn't mention anyone passing out. Bethany didn't mention anyone passing out. But who did? The neighbor clearly said someone's passed out. None of it makes sense. None of it. It's crazy. And
not even a little bit.
Like, and then there's no more crying. And then it's like, we need to check.
Yeah, they went in.
Absolute bullshit.
The emotion definitely changed back and forth a lot through that call. I'll say that. And there's whispering in the background that I'm really curious to know what the hell that means and what's said. I hear it, but I can't quite make it out completely what it is. That bothers the hell out of me too. So
what
Joanne just said real quick, check out the document from the defense yesterday. It was past the deadline. The judge okayed it, but sealed the evidence, of course. This one here, I believe it is
I just don't know how Dylan got on that phone. And this is the other thing I'm going to bring up. Sorry, I'm on a rant, but
No, go ahead. That's what it's about.
I think most of us put ourselves in that position and we shouldn't project. However, if you're drunk the night before, like Dylan said she was, and then you're so freaked out. Both of them admitted they were freaked out. Dylan is really freaked out, but runs downstairs and allegedly stays in Bethany's room. Bethany wakes up at 7:30 and rings her dad. So I think Dylan is awake as well from about 7:30 in the morning. If you're not afraid, you want to go back to your room. You want to get a drink from the kitchen. Neither of them do any of it. They sit in Bethany's room for 4.5 hours. That's assuming they went to sleep until 7:30. So if we assume they went to sleep at 7:30, right? Say Bethany's on the phone to her dad at 7:30 in the morning. Dylan's still in her room. In the cold light of day and it's daylight, you're not as afraid anymore. I know you're a bit thirsty. All right, Bethany's got a toilet on her floor. They go to the loo. Wouldn't you go, you know what? I'm going to go back to my room now. It's okay. She had no desire to go. They were afraid to go upstairs.
I mean, that's how it looks. Yes.
And they still didn't call 911.
They didn't reach out to anybody to get help, Nelly.
For 4.5 hours.
Right. There was nobody that they did this. They could have reached out early on and said, hey, can you come over here? Something happened. Something's going on. I don't know what's going on. They didn't do that either. That blows my mind too.
I think I genuinely think Occam's razor is they ran out of the house at about 4:30.
I think that they were out of there too, in my opinion. But Ann keeps saying they were all there, so I don't know.
But if they ran, they lied. So there's something about that too.
Well, they lied about other stuff, so why not? You know?
And why isn't mainstream media going crazy about this?
Because it's not in their script.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can see it. It's not in their script.
Absolutely.
The damn problem. Thank you, SRB. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. Checking the chat. Yeah, this is a big issue here. I'm really curious to see what happens in these April, these 9th and 10th for those two hearings. I'm real curious to see how those two go. By the way, my understanding is that cameras have been approved for the trial now.
Okay.
So that's good.
Thank God.
Right, yeah.
That would have sucked, dude.
Yeah, definitely. AR said that maybe Dylan called the victims to make sure they didn't answer, meaning it's over, then start texting. I mean, that's another good point, Moonlit. If AR, yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be. I don't know, you guys. I can't claim stuff like that. I just want to know what was the straw that broke the camel's back to call or summon somebody over to the house? Like what?
Well, the issue with what A.R. Hayes said is Bethany started the whole thing off, which was a surprise. She called Dylan first.
Right. Yep.
So what did Bethany see or hear to call?
She saw Xana in all black. She says it.
No, Dylan says that. Bethany says nothing.
No, Bethany says that.
No, Bethany came back and said that in the text messages. Yeah.
Bethany, yeah, don't tell me.
Oh, yeah,
Bethany says she saw Xana in all black.
Yeah, but they had a 40-second conversation before that. But
Bethany, I don't
Bethany,
give a shit. I'm just talking about the text messages where they were supposedly terrified. At that point in time, hold on, give me a second. At that point in time, one of the points Bethany needs to make at that point in time is Xana was wearing all black. So it wasn't a normal conversation of what everybody was wearing out at parties that night. They were terrified during that exchange. Why did it matter what Xana was wearing? which tells me Bethany saw Xana at some point. How is she seeing her if she's on the first floor?
Right.
I agree.
Like, that's, I don't know.
Well,
Did she
Only
come down to get the
because-
DoorDash? I don't know.
Well,
maybe.
you absolutely might be right, Willie. But from what I understand, is
I'm not right. It's just a fact.
Unless
no.
she was referring to what she had on earlier in the night, maybe that could have been the only other way.
All
But
I'm
why?
saying,
But why is that? That's like me and you having a car. Like me right now, just start talking about the weather tomorrow. For what reason?
No. I tell you why I think there's a misunderstanding is that there were certain text messages that were released first, and then the defense released more. So,
So that's what I mean. So did Dylan say I saw somebody in all black, and then Bethany responded, "Well, Xana was wearing all black," because that's giving the defense a reasonable doubt right there.
Yeah,
I
I think they
think
redacted some of those. I agree. Yeah.
I completely agree, Willie. I think that's what happened. But what I thought from the first text messages that were released was that Dylan started them. But actually, when you look at the entirety of it, Bethany called Dylan first. And that was the start of it all. So, what did Bethany see or hear? Then there was a phone call between them for 40 seconds. And then you get the text saying, yeah, but Xana was in all black or whatever. So they did have that 40-second call before Bethany. But I'm interested that Bethany called Dylan before any of it. So what did she see or hear?
Yeah. Right. No, I exactly. When they're texting the victims, the girls never texted the same one. It was each different, almost like they were already together. And they were. Yeah.
I agree, Heather. Yeah.
That was very noticeable. And it was almost like, okay, I'm gonna call this one, you call that one. I'm gonna call this one, you call that one. Exactly how I saw that.
Yeah, why did Bethany call Dylan first?
What's up, Kelly?
Very good point. Hey, Kelly. Very, very good point. I agree.
I don't understand why the guilters aren't questioning this stuff. I don't get it.
Because it goes against what they want to believe.
Yeah, they need to stay in their own little world. You gotta understand that. Anything that disrupts it, you know.
It would make Brian look innocent, and that can't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. Like, there's just people that no matter what, seriously, no matter what comes out, he's always going to be guilty.
Right.
No matter what.
It's scary, isn't it, that people have got that mentality?
Well, it's scary because of a small population that, we see here on YouTube. Just imagine, like, the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's a lot more of them out there. That's a fact. Wonderful to see here.
Oh shit, you're in Northeast PA too, Kelly?
We're probably neighbors, Kelly.
I didn't realize I went to the same college as Brian too. So I went to the same grade school, high school, and college as that dude. I didn't know he went to Northampton Community College.
Oh yeah. Okay, I didn't know you went there either.
Yeah, bro.
Okay. Got you.
I was like going from high school to high school though. I don't know why the fuck anybody would go there.
Gotcha.
It sucked. But yeah, I didn't know he went there for a couple years, and then he went to where everybody goes. What's it called?
Sales.
Yeah, the Sales.
Mm-hmm.
So Willie and Dago, this is purely
Don't cry, Angel.
like spitballing, just throwing ideas back and forth about who are your main
Hold on.
suspects?
1 second, Nelly. Hemisphere, you have to show me your face for like 3 seconds before I can pull you up, just to make sure you're
Who's my main suspect? Don't matter. One of the 3 profiles. How's that?
That's the only way we bring it up. Just give me a quick look at your face to make sure you're showing the right thing, and then you'll come up and you can hide it the rest of the time.
I don't do the whole woulda, coulda, shoulda been.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Here's a better question. Who do you think the defense is going to accuse for their alternative suspect?
There's many. Well, here's the thing. The way that was explained is that Mr. Koberger is going to be able to provide many other alternative suspects that are actually, in effect, closer to the victims than what he was. So it could be multiple people that are in that circle. Okay.
Yeah.
any given person could be put into that.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
my question is, just because the state didn't identify these profiles, and like she's still able to identify them because she was able to do a full blown
right.
investigation herself, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, shit, man, it better be
Mhm.
one of those
So
profiles.
how much can the defense investigate themselves?
I heard it was because it's a death penalty. I heard they
Every-
can do like the full schmagegi.
Can they?
Right.
That's what I
Yeah.
heard.
They have the ability to look like everything because it is a death penalty. You have to be able to, they want to make sure everything's right. So
So they
Yeah.
could. So they, for example, could think. I mean, this is purely just an example. They could think, you know what? We think this could be Jack Showalter. We're going to investigate. They can do all that, can they?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, they could let him out tomorrow, for Christ's sakes.
Well, one of the documents that they threw out there had, which made me wonder, it stated that there was absolutely no connection to anybody. That they put Jack Showalter, Jack
So you saw that
DeCoeur,
too?
yeah, the MM, who was the DoorDash driver, the way it's written, of course, Eric Gower, who was the rideshare driver, all of those people, they said Brian has no connection to any of these people. So those people could be the alternative suspects in some sense. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I did a bit of digging. I can't help it. I went down and I think Lana did it 2 years ago, but I'm way behind. I looked into who MM could be, and then I got all excited about Madeline Mayer, and that's
Michael Myers.
yeah, exactly. But Madeline Mayer is the one Zana put Queen on
right.
that morning. But I looked into her. She'd left Moscow in 2021, so I thought, well, who's this Matthew Moy? I looked into him, and I thought, listen, this is not an accusation at all, but I thought he's got more going for him for this suspect than Brian ever did. He lives on Walenta Drive. He's right above where Jack D lived and 122. He complained about them on the 1st of September. He was in military cadets the whole time he was there. He's going to US Air Force. He walked with Kaylee and her dog once upon a time. And this is what interested me, is in his first press interview, he said that the 3 girls and the other 2 seemed very pleasant, but they always liked to have a good time. The next press interview, he was good friends with Mortensen.
Yep.
And I thought, I've got alarm bells ringing here because and he was also into volleyball, track and field. He was a wrestling captain. Well, so listen, he's probably completely innocent, but I thought if you're ticking athletic build box, he's got it. If you're ticking military box, he's got it. If you've got him inserting himself into the press twice, he's done it. His sister inserted herself into the press and said she saw Maddie laughing that night in the corner club like any other night. So that's his sister. He could sneak down the path behind the house and be home in a minute.
Yep.
I was like, oh my God, this guy.
And that is the way I think that this is my thought. Okay. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I do truly believe that is how the defense is going to present that and these other people. I think there's going to be a good handful of people that we've already talked about thrown into that mix, by the way. Okay. Not to mention, because I'm dead set on this now, I will promise you that I truly feel there was another white Elantra rolling around that area that night, probably with 3 or 4 people in it. And that is the car that I truly believe that everybody that they swear up and down was this car. Okay. That is the car that needs to be looked at, should have been looked at. The people in it should be looked at and should have been looked at. That is
my question is, why is there two suspect vehicles?
JC brought that up last night or maybe something like that. Speaking
Yep.
of, welcome, JC. I said that. How long ago did I say that, JC?
From the beginning.
From the very beginning. Why does it say suspect vehicle number 1 and where is number 2? And I'm telling you, what I just said is number 2. Period.
But now we know. But now we know what number 2 is. Now we know the make, model, and all that. But why is there a number 2? Is my question. Who's not like Brian's driving 2 cars?
Nope, because I believe that number 2 is the actual suspect as well as vehicle. That's what
I'm
thought
going to throw this in. I don't think the killer drove anywhere. I think he walked.
I think the parked car was left in another. Yeah,
I don't know what the real killer did. I'm just focusing on what the prosecution is saying here. So they're saying that they're going to bring forward 2 cars.
Well, they're not saying it, but I think the defense will. I don't think the prosecution will. I think the defense will.
Okay, yeah, that's reasonable down itself.
Right.
But my point is, how can they prove that any driver of any car had anything to do with it?
Or that it's even his car. Where's a plate number anywhere?
Yeah.
All these LPRs I see all over the paperwork, LPR, but none of them were able to get his license plate, huh? None of them. That's amazing. And they weren't able to get it. They were able to get all these other people's DNA, but they were scared to call the person that wanted to help them at some point solve crimes and ask him, "Hey, would you mind coming in and giving in your DNA sample?" I'm sure he would have said yes.
Right. Hold on a minute.
Instead, you tail him across the whole country to get something you could have just called and asked him for. That's odd to me.
Right. Can you hear me, Hemisphere?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can't see your block. But
I can't even see him.
I got my camera on. I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
No, you're all right. You don't have to show your face now. You're good.
Where do you live? Underground?
Yeah. His box is up here, but it's all blacked out. It's hard to see it. Here he is. Okay. Welcome, JC and Hemisphere. What can I do for you guys tonight? What do you have to add to the conversation? Is there any questions or specific? There he is. Statements or anything you guys wanted to add to this?
I just want to reiterate how infuriated I am with it. I mean, I don't mean, I'm not saying I'm a pro-burger, but at the same time,
pro-justice, JC. It's okay. You're pro-justice.
You know what I mean? Like,
pro-truth.
It doesn't, Willie, it doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, to me, if having common sense makes me a pro-burger, then call me a pro-burger. I don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying, and it's about being told the truth, and we've been lied to for 2.5 years.
We have absolutely been lied to, and I am infuriated.
It's right. It's insane.
The guy is weird, okay? Ryan Koberger is weird.
But it's not. It's not even that he's weird. It's his condition he has.
Yeah,
it doesn't make him a killer.
Nope.
Exactly.
Nope.
At all.
They
have the wrong guy, and they are unwilling to look at other possibilities.
But why?
I don't know, but that's what's infuriating. I just googled Enan Harsh. Have you seen his eyebrows?
Oh, bushy as hell.
Yeah, they have their own zip code. Agreed.
And he lied to me when I asked him about, because he posted that he heard a scream, that didn't hear a scream.
And the other thing is, you guys, this is another reason the state is going to fall apart. Is because
already falling apart.
Everybody else has work. Listen, Lake Campbell, his eyebrows. Enan Harsh. There's so many other people that have eyebrows, which I don't even think even exist. There's other people that I could Cole. That Cole guy, he should be being looked at, and I think he was in the very first week when I first covered this, and then he disappeared. Okay.
In the way Dylan made her statement, it's very, very confusing to me, and makes her look very, very unreliable. I'm sorry.
It is. She is unreliable based on what she said.
Until the news come from her.
If we're honest, this is a death penalty case, and they are prepared to put forward a witness who says there were bushy eyebrows. I've never heard anything so ridiculous.
But then she kept changing it. She said,
fireman.
There was one.
She was like,
Vacuum.
I don't remember his eyes, but I just remember an eyebrow.
I knew
Just
he was a
one
white guy.
eyebrow. Just,
And then she's got them all over her walls.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then she said I was still drunk. She could have still been drunk.
Yeah.
You know what
How
I
about
mean? Like,
how about the mask that she drew that they showed her how to draw? She didn't draw that on her own. She drew that based on what they told her.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dude, the wildest part is them taking her word for it when she says, "Well, I just knew he was white." That's insane when you
No,
think
no,
about
no.
how
Yeah.
many like races exist.
Yep. I know. Why were you saying he was white? Well, I know he was a white guy because I just know he was a white guy.
What the hell does that
What?
mean?
What kind of an answer is that, you guys? Come on.
I'll be honest, Dylan's describing herself as far as
Oh
I'm
yeah.
concerned.
A
She's
lot
probably
of
looking in
people
the
have said
mirror.
that. A lot
Yeah.
of people have said that. Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
this
ma'am.
that's what I've heard
And then she
too.
saw her wall.
there you go. But do you know what keeps coming to my mind? And I might be ridiculous, but the usual suspects, Kaiser Soze, you've got Dylan Mortensen saying bushy eyebrows. They're all over her wall in advance.
Right.
Then she describes herself. And 5'10" or just over, athletic to slim build, dressed in black. I think, how can the prosecution think that that is okay to put forward as a description for a death penalty case? That is any man in Moscow, any man across the world. It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy to
And then
me.
she sees
Bizarre.
and then she sees a picture on her wall and goes, "Oh, he had a bushy eyebrow." Like that's the definition of insanity.
Yeah.
Insanity.
But I
But
tell you what,
okay,
sorry.
Dago and Willie though, do you guys, because I still don't think that I don't by any means think that Dylan and Bethany had anything to do with it, but they have had to have known what was going on or that something was going on.
Oh, of course. Of course. Agreed.
I don't
Mhm.
think they had anything to do with it per se,
I don't
but
believe they. I
No,
don't
but they knew
believe they
something
had it.
happened.
I don't think they
Yeah.
did it.
Right. Right. Exactly. I agree with you.
I don't think they did it, but I think they know more than what they're
I think
saying.
there might be
And
some
that's proved
Absolutely.
and that's proved by the text messages.
Yep.
Hmm.
I'm sorry.
That is
I
fact.
I can't
You know
get
what?
my
I
head
think they're
around the
afraid to
fact
say
that
that they didn't do anything.
I can't get my head around the fact that they're sitting there. Bethany's downstairs. Dylan is second floor. Right across from her room is examining her boyfriend. With all this chaos going on with a guy with a knife killing these people, there has got to be some yelling, screaming,
because
bloody
there's
murder,
because there's
and
two people in each of the rooms.
There was.
Absolutely.
There was. I agree. There was.
I mean,
there has to be some form of shouting or something to get.
Yes.
That leads me to believe that they weren't even there at the time. I
Yeah.
don't believe they were there.
Well, let me say this. It's either that or one of three things. Either that they weren't there, they were told not to say anything, or they're scared to death to say anything. It's one of them three things to me.
right.
Yeah.
Wait, go back and we look at the text message. You see that Dylan called the Uber guy.
Yeah.
And asking if he was
So-
driving tonight.
Right.
Right.
So that leads me to believe that he went over there to pick her up.
Well, not
I
necessarily.
don't think Bethany was even in the house. I'm starting to think maybe Bethany has already spent the night at somebody else's house or a motel or something. And they took Dylan, the Uber guy took Dylan over there where Bethany is at.
Not necessarily.
That's what I believe. They wasn't at the house. They couldn't be in the house.
I think there's a
That's
good
opinion.
chance. That's a good chance.
Clearly, anything could have happened.
I honestly think there's a really good chance that "Are You Driving" was code for drug run.
Bro, what?
What'd you say? A drug run? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't agree.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, anything is possible. It could be
Listen,
or it couldn't be. I understand. I respect both sides of it.
I've been there and done it myself. If everyone's home and they're partying, in my life experience in college and at work and having lived in Antigua and all those places, every driver or cabbie I ever met either took people to collect or they supplied.
Right. And I know what you're saying. Like maybe that, can you take me to go pick this up or that?
Just party on. If, for example, Dylan had already been partaking, when you're on Coca-Cola, you know what I mean by that.
Right.
You always run out too soon and you want more. And are you driving is definitely a possibility for are you driving? Can you take me somewhere? Or can you deliver? It could have been food, or as Hemisphere said, it could be.
It could. Yeah, I agree.
Are you driving me?
Right, and we
okay,
even
but
heard
even but okay, hold on a second. But even if somebody got some, a little bit of shit to do at the house, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it doesn't. It's just another way to look at what could have been, per se. I guess.
I mean, if somebody dropped her off some blow or something, I mean, what? I don't know what.
Or maybe took her to go pick some up. Maybe picked her up to run to grab something. That could have been it too. Which
That's
is
what I'm saying. It doesn't make her a murderer.
Left her. No, not at all.
No, absolutely. It's just what does that message mean?
Right.
I think we can agree.
Do you guys think that the DoorDash? Do you think that the DoorDash driver seen Brian or whoever they say it is? Well, they had to have passed each other.
Yeah, they probably should have.
Yeah, if the timeline is right, JC, I do absolutely believe that whoever they were saw each other. Yes, or passed each other. I agree. Welcome, love. Thank you for joining us tonight.
And actually, I'm a little bit. I've always been a little bit sus of the DoorDash driver, to be honest.
Agreed.
I have too, but they cleared him right away. So
yeah, Ellie hasn't been. So
hello, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. Thank you for having me.
No, welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
It's good to be on the panel, by the way.
Oh, you guys are all welcome. Thank you for that. What do you have to add, love?
Well, I have so many things going through my mind right now. I'm sure you all do as well, and have for probably the last 2 or 3 days since we've
or 2.5 years
heard all of this. I'm questioning my
3 years.
whole existence, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do want to point out that I just will never believe that, and this is no shame to the survivors of this tragedy.
Right.
I still am honestly unsure whether they were as fooled and tricked as us. And honestly, things have gone so sideways, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to in some way twist all this on those two girls. And trust me, I did not trust DM in the beginning whatsoever.
I can see that. With everything else we've seen, love, nothing at this
point.
What's
come out?
Nothing's going to surprise me. Nothing that happens will surprise me at this point.
Yeah, exactly. The thing I wanted to say though is if DM saw the intruder, leave, like she said.
Right.
Even if she went to BF's room, like they say, did those girls really have so much faith in a plywood composite door and a push-button lock that the intruder was not going to come back and finish them off? So much so that they got many hours of beauty sleep.
Well, I don't think they slept, but they sat there on social media for hours and didn't call the police.
I just don't believe they were even in the house.
I mean, it could be. I agreed. I said that too. I agree with you.
I just don't know any 21-year-old girl who would not be like, oh my God, even if he didn't see her, she would be like, oh my God, he saw me. He's going to come back. Like, what? What?
Well, why didn't her phone die?
If
her phone never died. Why?
If you're truly petrified and scared that something bad is happening or happened, that person was in the house, why did you stay in the house? How do you not know there was more than one person?
That's
How?
what
If you
I'm
were
having a
sleeping, if
hard
you were
time
sleeping,
with.
why? How isn't your phone charged if you were just sleeping?
Thank you. Well, we all know that's a lie, Willie. She said she was woke up at 4
Oh,
a.m. by what she thought the dog
Yeah,
played. Right.
that
She
was
was
a
on her phone.
lie.
She was on 351 putting a phone call.
creating his contact
I
down
was
at
gonna say she
351.
put it
Right?
in a contact at 351.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
all know that everything's a lie. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's
The other thing
insane.
I wanted to say, oh, I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just getting out of. It
The
drives
other
me.
thing I wanted to say is, I'm not going to claim 100% fact, but allegedly, Brian K was ill with the flu, before and during the time of the crime. And he had been talking about how he was ill with his friend, the friend that
Yeah.
released their text messages.
Hence the reason
And
for the doctor's appointment the day or day after. Yes.
there
didn't
you
hear.
go. And so when I see that selfie with the thumbs up, you know what I see? Basically, what he was reiterating to his friend in the text, but like for a second time, hey, all better, headed to class.
Well, it was a Sunday, but still, yeah, all better. That's what I said too, because he
I
was.
didn't hear
My
about the flu. When was that? Where was that reported?
I had heard that he was sick within a couple of days of beforehand, during, and maybe one day after, which is why
It
he
was
made the doctor's appointment to go to within 2 days of that. So
I
yes,
didn't know it was about the flu, so that's interesting.
and he
I
went to
didn't
the
know about
doctor.
the doctor's appointment, but that just solidifies it. I mean,
Well, yeah, he went to
but
the doctors, and I'm sure the doctor seeing him would have noticed if he
but
has
yes, his friend released their most recent text to some media
Yeah, the
outlet,
doctor would
local.
notice like mark wounds on his hands because I'm sorry, whoever did this is good. Am I not correct that they would have to have some mark wounds on their hands because when you do something like that, you do cut yourself a little bit?
Or yeah, at least bruising.
well
Yeah.
right
I
here.
don't know with
He's
the
gonna-
way that that K bar is truly, designed because it does have that. I don't, what do you call it?
Oh,
It's
The
a
hilt,
guard,
the hilt,
Between the blade and the handle.
the
The
hilt,
yeah.
grip.
the hilt.
but it's still going to give you a bruise.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let me show
Yeah.
you. Let me show you, guys.
And that's a great point, girl, what you just said, because I am in the medical field and they train us to look for people being abused, sex trafficked, whatever have you. They
Okay,
do have to look
this right here is different.
because it haven't
Granted,
always known.
okay, this is different the way it's made. It actually sticks out more on the sides on the K bar per se. But if you're 54 times on one of the victims coming down like this with your hand,
Yeah.
okay,
54
at some
times
point,
they
yes,
reported.
yes,
Yeah.
54 times. This
Six
Oh
part of
my
minutes
your
of
god.
hand
damage.
right here, in my opinion, is going to be bruised to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That's just Kaylee.
that's just one victim, by the way. Okay,
Seriously, that was just Kaylee.
That
Six
was
minutes.
just,
Yep.
yeah,
Sure.
56.
Yeah.
I missed that. I missed that information. That 54 times on Kaylee.
yeah, and this is somebody that has
That's
the disease.
personal, dude.
It is, and somebody. By the way, this is somebody that has. By the way, this is somebody that has dyspraxia, mind you.
Yeah, that's the other thing. He has dyspraxia, which means that like it affects your strength.
And agility.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
That
why I
my
said
god.
he
And
wasn't.
and
He
they're
wasn't that
telling
good.
us that he did all of this in
mm-hmm.
19 minutes flat.
Six. Where
Sick.
okay, where is where how many minutes did you just say?
They're saying to and from getting out of the car to getting back in the car, 19
Is
minutes flat.
19
No,
minutes.
no, they're saying I thought they're saying 13.
No, they said
No,
everything total.
I don't know. Maybe they did. They probably said everything. They probably changed it now
they
The
because
changed
time
to
in
they
the
fit their
house was
See, I have it
agenda.
13
at
minutes, I think,
see, I have it
Willie.
at
Heard
6 because as much as they want to disregard now that Jenna was on TikTok at 4:12, that's a fact. So if Zena's on TikTok actively posting something,
Yeah,
her
while
friends
it's
are
happening.
upstairs. Her friends are
three
upstairs getting slaughtered without her
3:15.
knowing.
316, by the way, Willie. They changed that.
Yeah.
So
Imagine
now
that.
it's 4:06 to 4:18 now, or 4:06 to
No,
what
no, no,
time?
no, no, no. What I
No,
said, they keep changing shit to fit their narrative. Okay.
yeah.
The
But
Xana
nothing's
thing,
sticking
yeah,
anymore.
Xana's TikTok stuff was 412 for the longest time, and then it comes
Yeah.
out that it was actually 3:16 a.m. So
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
there's
do you
that.
mind me just
Oh
asking a question?
Lord.
No, go ahead.
Document?
Go ahead.
What document said there was 54 times for Kaylee? If you don't mind me, only
Where did
because I'm
we?
behind.
I can't remember which document we got it out of.
I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe it was 56 times. So
Oh my!
if I'm that sure in remembering that specific number, it was
It's in
That's
that
either
realm.
her father, I
So,
think it was either
somebody
one of
said
her
one of them
father's
were like
interviews.
unrecognizable, right?
Yeah. It's in one of the
Yeah,
documents, Nelly. I'll find it, but
thank you.
it's between 1050, or I'm sorry, it's between 54 and 56. She's right.
That was for Kaylee,
One
Yes,
person.
that was just Kaylee alone. Okay, which was
and that's
very
official now, Dago. That's an official.
yes,
that's
yes,
why everyone thought Kaylee was the target.
Oh my
right,
god!
right, and it's even
Right, sorry,
But
but how?
guess what?
What,
I don't know if you all know, maybe this is obvious and you all do know. Um, Kaylee Gonzalez, I'm sorry, excuse me. Um, she was a passionate true crime
yep,
community member.
yep.
Did you know that?
Oh yeah, she was a big fan of Olivia's. The one that covered her did the interview with the family.
And she most definitely woke up to whatever was happening to Maddie,
I
and
think so
she
too.
I
fought.
did. She was
Believe it.
awake, I think.
She fought.
I think here's what my theory is on that, you guys, and it's not fact, it's just what I think. I think that she was in her own room, that Maddie was in bed, actually the only one asleep, in my opinion. That
Yeah.
Murphy started scratching at the door because he heard something. She went to go check on it and shuts the door behind her at first, probably to go in there, and runs into him in the midst of what he's doing. And she tries to fight him because I can't see her not doing it.
Oh.
And I think that's what
I
happened.
agree, Dago. I agree.
And
Absolutely agree.
that also explains why she has the wounds that are all over her body, around the side of her liver and kidneys were affected.
Oh my god.
Well, I think
They're
by
everywhere.
3:30, everybody was gone, dude. Like passed
What's
away.
that?
I said I think by 3:30 everybody was deceased.
I did
you're not-
hear something interesting. I
Yeah.
know that maybe it's not new to you all, especially those that are like hunters or were in the military or any sort of service members. But apparently, I recently was told that a Kabar knife, the handle is actually a hammer.
It can be used as, yes, it is.
Yes, like it was designed to be used as a hammer.
It's
And
a the Marine Corps put those out, and it's used as a multi-tool. I have a friend that was a Marine that explained it to me that they
Yeah.
use it for multiple things.
so
In fact, that's exactly it. And it can be used to knock people out and things like that, and bash things and stuff like that. So yes, very much so.
I wonder if, because I heard this theory, um,
Before you go into that, Dick, I gotta hop down. I gotta get the little one to bed. It's a school night.
All right,
There
bud.
was so
thank
much.
you for doing this,
Sunday.
brother.
All right, you guys have a good
Bye,
night.
Willie.
See you
See
guys.
See
Have
you
a good
soon,
one.
bro. Yes,
See
sir.
you, see you, Chet.
Go ahead with that, love. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. You're fine.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if my headphones were. Um, okay,
No, you're
what was
doing
I
good.
saying though about it? Oh,
About
that's
the
an
hammer.
inside source that you know has is very innocent, obviously innocent person, like doesn't even live near whatsoever. But
Sure.
they brought to my attention about the handle being made to be able to be a hammer, and um, I'm wondering if that is part of the reason that maybe even neighbors could not hear what was going on because allegedly and this is all allegedly by someone that I don't even know in real life.
It's okay.
They were knocked out first before the gruesome stuff happened. And
That's
that
all
is
it would
why
take.
Xana was knocked out first. And it was actually Ethan who said, "It's okay. I'm here to help you up." And then the killer snuck up behind Ethan.
Well, let me to
But
speak to
again, I
that.
don't even know if that's true because I have other ideas about Linda Lane apartments.
Well, let me speak to what you just said real quick. I don't believe. I mean, I do believe that end of the knife could be used as a hammer to incapacitate somebody. But with this is Xana, I don't think so because Xana had so many defensive wounds on her hands that tells me that she fought hard. And so she was fighting through the whole thing, in my opinion. I'll say that because her fingers were almost completely severed. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are
So
correct, sir.
there,
Yes, yes, yes. That that is part of the reason why I wasn't sold on that theory but you're the only person other than myself that has actually said that out loud, that Xana's fingers were hanging on by a thread because in self-defense she grabbed the blade.
Yeah.
right. And that's a very important thing to know because yes, that the
People
butt
are
of the
not
knife.
bringing it up.
Well,
So I
because
wonder if Ethan. Was Ethan. Do you guys think that Ethan could have been first then? Out of her and Xana? Out of him and Xana?
I
yes,
just want to say
yes, I do.
that may be why Bethany phoned Dylan first, because Xana was directly above her.
I think that the Ethan would be a hell of a feat to get past. So
I
to
think
go,
I think Ethan was pissed.
and I
I
think that
think
he,
though they would take the biggest,
yeah, you take him down so
risk
he can't
target
help.
down
Right,
first.
right. So then once that's done, that would explain they go after her boyfriend, knock him out. That's going to provoke an anger, of course, in a defensive mode, which explains why, in some senses, that did happen to her. I would say, along with her defending herself. There's that. So
Can I ask? Do you think that Xana and Ethan were targets, or were they like witnesses that they had to get rid of?
No, they were collateral.
I'm gonna listen.
No, I don't agree. I think they
I
were targets.
initially, I initially thought Maddie was the initial target. Okay, and more recently, from other things that I've seen and heard, I'm starting to. I don't know for sure because then it took me back to when Steve said they didn't even have to go upstairs. That made me
Yeah,
go back to wonder: is it possible that
that
they were the
Xana could have
target?
been.
That it was a target for that? Yes, that's what I wondered. I don't
Because
know.
wasn't Xana the one that worked at the Mad Greek?
Her and Maddie both did.
Her and Maddie
Yes.
both did.
Yeah,
Well,
but still,
Okay.
I think Maddie's room and Xana's room were the targets, because I think Dylan would not be alive if they were taking witnesses out.
oh yeah, agreed.
Yeah, that's why I said it's hard for me to even
It's
believe
so
that
weird that
Dylan
he
and
didn't
Bethany were
go
there
into.
and that they put that much faith in a composite plywood door and a push button lock
I
where
agree.
they could fall asleep or go on Instagram. Like, you don't
Yeah.
think he's going to come back and finish you off after you
Well,
think he saw you?
unless
He
you
was 3 feet away and he looked at me. They're
un,
not going to leave her alive if she's
unless
a witness.
I'm so confused by that, Dago.
unless you know for a fact they're not coming after you.
That's the
Mm.
thing right
It's
there.
that or
They-
There's that.
it's that or it's the less percent chance dumb luck, like, and
No.
she was, those girls are just as fooled and lied to as all of us.
It
Listen,
could
But
be. It could be
I
either
don't know,
one.
I see it every time I think about it. I'm like, no.
I will
Wouldn't they
say,
ask someone, wait, why are we leaving our house tonight?
that Jay Ombre, I don't agree with everything he says at all. But
Right.
how can it be a coincidence that Maddie's stepmother and Xana's mother were let off drug charges like what, a week or two before this happened. Isn't that weird to you guys? I mean,
it's definitely weird.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's the be all. I'm not saying that was it. I'm not saying it wasn't something else, but they should have been up for major jail time, and they got let off those charges. And what was it? 10 days later, those 2 rooms are targeted. I can't get that out of my head.
Honestly, though, as a daughter of a drug addict who passed when I was 15, I'm into my mid 30s now. Like, I just don't believe those mothers like sold out their kids to get their charges dropped.
No, of course they didn't sell out their kids. And being a daughter of a drug addict as opposed to a supplier is a very different thing.
You're right. You are correct. And
And
they would cartels would go for your loved ones before you first.
Yeah,
But also I dismissed that when Murphy was left alive. Honestly, I know people will think that's silly, but
Murphy, Murphy, I've had dogs for 40 years. This is my take on Murphy, and I might be wrong, okay, but he was a pup, and pups are afraid. And quite by chance, about 3 weeks ago, I watched a UK documentary, and I was really shocked actually that this woman in her 20s was machine gunned in her house because her boyfriend owed money to drug cartel in the UK, and she was gunned down and lay in her backyard with the back door open, and there's original body cam. I'm going to put it on my channel because it says it all for me.
yes, I mean that you're right. They do. People, whether you want to call them cartels or mafias,
UK and everything,
they go after your loved ones first, not
But
you,
guess
because
what
they
the
think
dog
that's
was?
too easy.
Guess where the dog was? The cops go in, and this lovely lady was lying in her backyard, deceased. And the cops went in with their body cams on, and her little dog was upstairs trembling on his own in the bathroom, just sitting there. And they were like, "Hey, buddy." I could
Oh my
find that.
goodness.
And I think people misunderstand. Dogs are not all heroes. They can be really afraid.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I personally, this is just my opinion, believe that Murphy was so frightened he stayed in Kaylee's room because he smelt Kaylee alive in there, and he heard horrible noises, and dogs will hide. They will hide for hours. And this body cam of the cops I saw going in, I mean, his mistress was lying in the backyard with the back door open, and he was trembling upstairs in the bathroom. And these cops went up and were like, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing up here?" And this little dog was just cowering in the corner.
That's so sad.
It broke my heart. And I think, in my opinion,
But
people.
Murphy was not a small dog either. I think that maybe he
He
was highly
wasn't here yet.
socialized
He
from
was not
being in
a
that
year
party
old.
house.
It's not about size, it's about age. He wasn't a year old. And he would have. Listen,
Age does play a part. I can see that but also, don't you think he was highly socialized from a puppy in that party house?
Yeah.
Olivia and Christy said
Oh yeah,
he would have hidden. And listen,
he was used to noise.
This wasn't just noise. His mistress was slashed 54 times. He would have been absolutely terrified, as he was a puppy. He was
I
a
mean,
baby.
I will say Beyond makes a good point in the fact that dogs, especially, there's a reason why they're called man's best friend. They know when things are happening. At the very least, they know that something's happening.
Murphy, right, listen.
I'm not shutting your theory down whatsoever, Beyond, just so you know. I
No,
just
no.
had to add that he may be very well socialized because it was such a party house, you
Let
know.
me give you an example, okay? My Ken Terrier, you know, Toto, Wizard of Oz, they're my babies. I'm on my third Ken Terrier. I love them to bits. They're brave little soldiers. And one day, I'm ashamed to admit this, guys, so I'm embarrassed that I was this neglectful, but I went
You
to
don't have to be embarrassed here.
well, I am because I didn't care for. It was a pure mistake. Anyway, I went to work one day at say 8:30 in the morning. I got home and I opened the door, and normally I had a dog walker for my dogs and everything, but today he was on his own. You know what I did? I didn't check that he was. I let him out in the morning to go pees and poops, and I rushed off to work, and I didn't let him back in the house. So when I got home and my house was empty, and I was like, "Where are you, boy? Where are you?" And he wasn't in my house.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my God, where's my dog? Where are, and then it dawned on me that I'd let him out in the morning and I hadn't made sure he'd got in. So I was outside. I'm not joking. It was pouring with rain. My dog, I knew, had been out for 8 hours, and I'd been in work all day, and I had not ensured that my dog had got in. And I was outside sobbing and crying and calling his name, and my ex-husband was there, and I said, he's gone, he's run away, and it's my fault because and it was horrific. And suddenly I thought, I'm just gonna check behind the shed. And I had to crawl on my hands and knees because there were all these shrubs and everything, and I crawled behind the shed, and there was my little dog cowering, and he had heard me shouting for about an hour, and he was cowering behind the shed, and I was like, oh my God, boy.
Oh,
And he still wouldn't come out. He had got
he was
himself
terrified.
Yeah.
You probably thought he was in trouble.
yeah, and honest to God, I was calling his name, I was crying, I was sobbing. I thought he'd run away, I thought he was across the fields. He was cowering behind my shed, and he'd been there for probably 8 hours.
Right.
And I just think, all I'm saying is, let's not assume that Murphy, he wasn't even one yet. And
Right.
he will have smelt smells in that house that were
Oh,
horrific.
of course. Yes. Very, very. That's very true. Very true.
And
Does
his
anyone know in the beginning of this who stated, and if it's even fact, that Murphy slept with Kaylee every night?
Um, Christy Gonsalves did, I believe. I do believe that she's the one that made that statement in one of the interviews.
So do you think she just, wanted to have girls' night, sleep in her best friend's room? That's not out of the realm at all,
Well, that's why I
And
don't think that. I
but
don't think
like,
she
why
was.
wouldn't she bring Murphy? I just don't see her
absolute
not bringing
Well,
Murphy with
what I
them.
said earlier though is I don't think she was initially. I think Kaylee was in her own room with Murphy
I
because
think so too,
the
Dago.
bed was turned
Wow.
down like she was sitting there, and I think that they were in her room at the after everything was said and done, and that she was going to be going to bed, and Murphy started whining, sniffing, scratching at the door, hearing something across the hall. Somebody walking, moving. Dogs are very sensible for that kind of stuff. So she gets up to go check, and she walks in on the situation and starts trying to defend her friend and blah blah blah. So on. She's a
Yeah,
Gonsalves, and I will say
Wow, that
that
makes a
that
lot of
I
sense.
agree, Dago. I
that's my theory.
absolutely
That
agree.
makes a lot of sense, not only with Murphy, but Kaylee's wounds.
Yes, and that
But they didn't think about even going to check on Murphy
Absolutely.
Or
Good
Kaylee
point.
and Maddie.
or Kate. I mean, first off, they didn't bother to go check to see about Kaylee and Maddie. Second off, they didn't think about going to check on Murphy. Are
Yeah,
you
I
yeah.
mean,
kidding
honestly,
me?
if this is how they think,
They go,
like,
Well,
if you don't
am
lock
I
your
off my
doors at
rocker here?
night,
No. But hold on, Daisy. If it's not not everybody feels the same way about animals. One, two. If it's not your dog, a lot of people don't care. That's the thing. Okay.
Yeah, but wouldn't a killer kill the dog if they don't care?
Well, here's the thing. If the dog is not presenting an issue to that situation,
Yeah,
that just brings more time. It takes more time away from what you're going to be doing. So if the door was shut, if she walked out and left that and pulled that door shut behind her going in there, you
yeah.
didn't even realize. All you know is that the dog's in the other room barking, but you're not going to go in there because you don't know what dog it is. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you
I
open that
just don't
door, that
even know
dog,
if Murphy was barking because he was so used to that being a party house.
well, there was
I
barking
think
hers. You could hear barking in the one audio. So yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it was Murphy. I will
Are you-
put
The
money.
Linda Lane audio?
Yeah,
In-
I don't
in-
think
in-
I think that's from the apartment.
But
in,
what they
in,
need to do, Dago, and I think it was Willie that said it,
But I
is
think we're on to something. Sorry.
they need to put Murphy around Brian to
Yep.
see how he would
Oh
react.
my
Yep.
gosh,
Yeah.
that's
I
brilliant.
agreed with that too.
Yeah.
I did agree with that too.
But
Now
they've let so much time pass.
Yeah,
they still have a sense. They still have a sense. And
he would still react. He
if
would
they
still react.
if they put him in the same room with Brian and he cowered and went the other direction, that's going to tell its story all by itself. Or if he has no reaction, or if he
That's
goes
going
to
to tell
Brian,
another story.
that's a whole different story. That would be an amazing thing, I think, too.
I feel like I remember like reading once that dogs can only retain a memory for it's either 5 months or 5 years.
No, I don't.
I don't know because my dogs.
Not like if you're their everyday person. That's
Yeah,
different.
that's
That's
true
totally
too.
different. I'm talking about one intruder.
But
I
I
would
will-
say it would be
you know.
5 years
I will.
because
Yeah,
I would say
will.
more a lot of 5 years, wouldn't you, Dago? Because
Yeah, I agree
I
with that.
mean,
And
they're
I'm also
used for
gonna-
hunting and stuff, and that's why they have such a good like.
Mhm.
They say that the dog is a sixth sense. You know what
Now,
I
the
mean?
one thing I will add to that too, though, is that if Brian Koberger is the one that took Kaylee's life and caused the trauma to Kaylee, that dog, whether he saw Brian ever, is going to smell. That smell is different than the memory of sight with dogs. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that smell is going to remind him of that moment, that
Yep.
trauma, and that
Yep.
I have to agree.
okay, and
A real question here.
Beyond, you were not far off at all about the dog thing. Oh my goodness.
Real question here, right?
yes,
If there were 54 wounds on Katie,
uh-huh.
how can there not be another killer here?
I think there was 56 again, just so there we
Yeah,
There,
but
it
either
was.
way.
I agree with that. I do agree with that, and that also plays off of the timeline with this too. If you think about it, Nellie, because
I mean, that takes some time.
thank you. And then once I heard that is when I argued and that she's just the only. That's one. My understanding is that Xana had many wounds. Maddie had quite a few, and that Ethan had quite a few. That's a lot. That's a lot to do in a short period of time.
Pure
Okay?
rage. I mean, that
For
is
one person.
pure rage. There's no getting away from that. That is pure anger.
And it's a lot of time. It takes
Well,
a
like-
lot of
like
time.
They
Willie
want you to
said, that's
believe that
personal.
One person did all that.
Yeah, that's personal.
That's why I from the beginning
whole
I'm
thing is
like if
personal,
one
but-
person truly did all this, Ted Bundy is rolling over in his grave right now in jealousy.
Yeah, it's a good point because that's why I've never believed that it was only one person because first off, here's another side to this too, you guys. Let's say for instance this person goes to the third floor first, okay?
Yeah.
And all of that is going on up there. You don't think that Xana and Ethan are hearing this, not to mention
Yeah.
Dylan, okay? In turn, that's going to draw their attention and maybe bring them to that situation, which at some point I do believe that that's how that happened. Is I think that whoever did this may have come down the stairs and interacted with those two, which is how that started with those two.
in the hallway.
Yeah, and it worked its way back to her bedroom, possibly, maybe. This is all my theory, guys. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, sure.
And I've always wondered that as well. Okay, and we also were told that one of them was in a bathroom, possibly. that Ethan may have been using the bathroom when the person approached, so on and so forth. And we are also remember that DoorDash situation that happened at the exact same time. So it could have been that they were grabbing the DoorDash and or heard this stuff happening at the same time, which is how this all come about per se. But there's a lot of little things here that are being pushed to the side or ignored or not brought into the process, and it seems to make things change to me. So I've always
It's because they don't want us to put the puzzle pieces together.
I don't think they thought we could. That's the big
I
thing.
know it's offensive, quite frankly.
I mean, or would.
And we're
Or
not even law enforcement.
Yeah, maybe you're right. They didn't even think we would care enough about a
that's it.
stranger. But
That's
guess
it.
what? Our community does. Look what happened earlier.
Right. Right. That's what
One
I'm
of
saying.
us went missing and we all were ready to go to battle.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I know
So,
that's how Kaylee was. I
I,
know
well,
it.
I
and
think
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to finish the Murphy thing, I think a young dog who wasn't yet one would go to the room he felt safe in because he could smell Kaylee alive.
It's a comfort zone, right?
So he would smell Kaylee, and he's got people are like, he'd go to his mistress, and whether she's dying or not. No, he wouldn't. He would go, a little baby dog, which is what he was. He would go to Kaylee's smells.
Not if it's a violent situation. He's not going to go to that until after the fact, right?
He's
He
not,
knew what was happening.
Yeah, I
he is not-
agree.
he
I
is
have
not
a question.
really- sorry, I was just going to say, just to finish that, he's not going to go to Kaylee, who's dead with 54 stab wounds, where he doesn't recognize the smells. He's going to go to the room where he can smell his mistress who's alive.
And I can
And
agree.
feel
with you.
safe.
I agree.
Yeah, he's going to be safe in there. And I tell you what, that dog will sit there for hours with the woman that he can smell. That is his safe zone.
Yeah, you're not the only one that's brought that out there.
I
too,
agree.
Nelly.
Or someone was literally, their job was to distract Murphy and
Just
keep him calm,
detain
maybe
him.
play with him, give him
It's
treats.
an option.
Or he was just locked in that room at first. Okay, that's the other one is that he was locked in that
But
room.
there's other options.
He could have been locked in the room.
Yeah, I think the door could have just been shut and so on and so forth. So yeah, I can
But
agree.
they would have opened the door afterwards.
Because Maddie and Kaylee has always stayed in bed, or every time when they sleep together all the time. Even her Gonzalez's mom, Katie's mom, said that too. So
What?
that Maddie and Katie's always sleeping together in the same bed.
That they had done it in the past. Yeah, agreed.
Dago, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so this is, I don't know why this is just coming to my head, but do you think that it's possible that somebody else could have went out the door before Brian and Brian was the second one to go out the door?
What do you mean? As in, like when
the job was done?
Oh, 100%. There could have been other people there. I said that a long time ago, that's all she says she saw. That doesn't mean that's all that was in that house at that time. Right.
So I'm wondering if he was maybe the first one out the door or the second or...
First or last, yeah.
Yeah, first or last.
Okay, what was his motive? I'd love, genuinely.
We don't have one.
There isn't one. And
there's not a true connection.
There is no connection to them from him or from them to him. There's no motive. It's been put out that he was jealous of them, which makes zero sense to me whatsoever.
And not only that, you got the prosecutor saying under oath that he was not stalking them.
No, he wasn't. So how was he jealous if he didn't even know him? Okay, so there's that. He didn't know them. There was zero connection. That erases that motive right there. I've heard people say he did it because he wanted to see if he could get away with it. I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion.
He's also been accused of being incel.
Well, he's not an incel. That was proven. And also, the theory that he did it to get away with it is blown as far as I'm concerned, because this man overcame being overweight. He overcame a heroin addiction. He
Addiction.
went and got a PhD in criminology. He was in school currently to receive another degree in criminology. I don't know of anybody that's stupid enough to throw an entire life's career possibility away just to do something like this, just to see if you can get away with it. That is dumb to me. That makes no
Agreed. And not only that, but I think that he was so
He's not
intelligent
stupid.
that
He's not
he
stupid by
wouldn't have
any
made
means.
these mistakes.
I'd say that one more time, love. I only caught the beginning of it.
I think
He's been
that
he's
he
been
did
zip
study
zip.
so hard and was too intelligent to make the mistakes that were left
Agreed.
behind
Agreed.
if
Thank
it
you.
was him.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
also, having my very best friend pass from the H word as well as my father,
Hmm.
in a different way, but
I'm sorry.
opioids, opioids. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I agree. I absolutely agree. And like I said, there's too many of these small things, these little things that nobody talks about that make this make no sense. Brian has dyspraxia, one. Okay, Brian is on we'll just say he's on the ASD thing. That's
ASD.
I don't think that really plays into it a lot, but I'll just say okay. Brian is also OCD. Okay, there's that. Now, Brian is super intelligent, has a degree, working on a second degree. This man, you're going to tell me, drove his own car to the scene,
Yeah.
brought his phone, did all these things,
Crazy.
knowing how this stuff all works. No, I don't believe that.
Me neither.
No, yeah. And my point to telling you all that, I didn't realize my mic shut off, was that,
It's okay.
I've never seen, as someone in our chat, actually, she may be here now. I
Hmm.
spoke to her earlier when you were live. Um, she's a hero to me. 13 years sober,
Oh
because
yeah.
I've never witnessed someone come out of it alive.
Oh, it's
Truly.
yeah. It's somebody that can go through that, overcome it, come out and continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a few people in here that have done that. Yes.
That's
Yeah, he's not
amazing.
just gonna.
You're real life superheroes to me.
Amen. Amen.
Whoever
Go
you
ahead.
are out there, you are real life superheroes to me. Because
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've never seen it turn out that way,
Well,
It's a good
personally.
thing. It is a good thing, and it's absolutely worth
I'm
talking about,
so happy for you all.
celebrating. Yes. What were you saying, JC?
just saying that he's very intelligent and he's not. He's overcame all that stuff. Like, why would you risk
Right.
that? You know what
Right.
I'm like?
Ex-
Why would you overcome all that just to have a
He
chance
he
of going behind bars forever?
he wanted to do this in a such a bad way, you guys, that to do what they're saying he did would take that away from him forever. So why would you do that? Okay, I just
But
don't
my
understand
question
that.
is that I
Mm.
guess my only question is I don't know how the man is. I don't know how he's still alive for A, because I I just can't. I just the
Well,
thought of what he is going through mentally is absolutely terrifying to me. I feel absolutely awful for him if he's not the person.
Of course.
Um, can you imagine if he's not the person, like what your mental state would be? Because I
Of
would
course.
not be handling myself the way that Brian Koberger is handling himself. I
No,
can guarantee you
agreed.
that.
and I
Agreed,
think that
Oh,
girl.
all
I believe there was times that he got with his lawyer and just wrung her neck
no
out of
no
frustration
I
because it's like you
I mean,
standing on.
rightfully so.
I mean, a lot of it, a lot of her decision making is with Brian in mind because they sit there and talk about it. He's very hands on with his case. He knows, being all that education that he knows and has. And the only connection I remember in the first beginning was the fact that while he was in school, he was studying serial killers and all that. And that's the reason why they was trying to connect him. So every little
Right.
thing that
Yes.
they find like
Studies,
that.
killers.
The main one being BTK. not
BTK, yeah.
Ted Bundy, which everyone loves to. I
Well,
understand
listen,
why they
I'm
love
going to
to
say something about
relate the
this.
two because sorority houses, but no, that's not who he mostly studied. He mostly studied BTK
BTK. Yep.
hardcore.
Yes,
No,
very
you
much
don't
so.
know
Yeah.
that. You don't
It's a
know
psychology thing.
he studied at all. He's a criminology student. Listen, I did a video on my channel and I did such a rabbit hole deep dive on I think 10 serial killers. Not one of them did a knife frenzy. They were sexual perverts who ended lives with asphyxiation or
Right.
strangulation.
Yes.
Yeah.
A knife frenzy actually is more common with a female, just out of statistical.
Yep.
Yeah.
But,
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but Brady
but,
Bundy, when
but
Bundy went to Florida State in that little college town, did he not beat the women in that college dorm to death? And only
yeah,
a few of
I
yeah,
them,
know
only a
everything
few of
there
them
is
came
to
out of there
know
alive.
about Ted.
and
And
Yeah.
he actually did go
Hold on.
into a
One at a time.
dorm and he did um
Yes.
that's why someone brought the knife handle, the K-bar handle up to me as being a hammer. That's why. Because we were
Right.
talking about Bundy and how he hit his victims at the sorority house over the head with that piece of wood.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
in his final attack.
Yes, and by that point, by the time he got to Florida, his alcoholism had really gotten full blown
Yes,
and he
husband,
started to slip and get messy. So the
absolutely,
sorority house was just a huge frenzy, and he
absolutely,
did kill 2 out of the 4 people he
yes.
attacked,
But you
and
know
then
what
he went
happened?
on to who do you finish it? What neighbor did he go on to? I think she survived as well though, but he
Absolutely.
attacked
You know
her.
why she survived? Because her roommate or neighbor called 911.
Mm-hmm.
She heard noises that were not normal to her and she called 911. Bundy never took out that many victims until he escaped prison and just was like, this is my last chance.
Yeah.
And BTK went to his first, everyone's like, oh my God, yeah, but BTK took 4 out. 2 of them were children and another was the husband. And he held them at gunpoint. He spied BTK, his first victims. He spied them. He wanted the woman. And then he went to take the woman. And then he discovered that her children were home, which was a surprise. And then the husband was a surprise. So he held them at gunpoint and said, I'm going to rob you. Do as I tell you. I'm going to tie you up and I'm going to rob you. And of course, he wasn't going to do that at all. But he went for the woman and he didn't know all of them were home, but he had a gun.
Right. Right.
He had a gun. And he was
He
like,
was a weird one. He
yeah,
played. Remember he recorded the pre-recorded tape he would play for the victims as to what's about to happen to them.
well,
Mm-hmm.
the other thing is
That's
none
sick.
of them stabbed their victims. Bundy didn't, you know, it, Israel Keys is the only one, who, as far as I know, of these serial killers that stabbed a victim because he panicked, because he was like, oh my God, I think there was someone there. Bundy, BTK, all of those serial killers had sexual perversions. And that is why they didn't stab their victims, because it was all about a sexual perversion and it was all about strangulation and asphyxia. They had to be hands on.
Right.
So if Koberger was a Bundy type, right, and say he went upstairs to Maddie and Kaylee, he in my opinion, his obsession wouldn't have been, to me this was a blind rage. I don't think this was a Bundy thing. for me, and this is purely my opinion, if it was a Bundy-esque kind of killing, Dylan would not be alive today.
No, I
I
agree.
completely agree. I
I agree.
completely agree, especially about like their motives and why they did what they did. And you're right. This was either, what did you say? It was a type of
It
Blind
was
you said it's either, yes, it's either it was a frenzy or it was a very, very skilled, very planned by
yeah,
professionals attack.
yeah. I can agree on that too. I always thought
And I
that there
think
was
that point you made is so
professionalism to
important for us to remember.
it. Right. Listen, guys, it's hit 4 hours here, and that's my time to cut it down. I wanted to see if anybody wanted to give some last thoughts on this before we shut it down for the night. I really appreciate everybody's
Yeah, I'll
input.
hop off. Thank you so much for having me. I'm
Anytime,
so
love.
happy
It's
to be a
always welcome.
meatball.
Absolutely, it's wonderful to have you here. Do you have any last thoughts before you drop down, love?
I just I like to think of myself as a very sane, rational, got a good head on my shoulders person, but since about 2 to 3 days ago, I am questioning everything in my life. And to
Yeah,
give you reference, I am one of the like OG late, well, not late, I guess OG earliest millennials.
gotcha,
So
gotcha.
like
Yeah.
we've been through all that stuff.
Right? Yeah, I understand.
And
I
I'm
understand.
like, what?
Right. No, I get it. I absolutely get it. And I want to thank you again for joining us. And every time when I do these open panel discussions like this, everybody is welcome to join us. So it's wonderful to see more people joining us tonight than normal. I appreciate you guys very much for that too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Have a lovely evening, all of you.
You too,
Aw,
love.
Be
Thank
You
you.
safe.
too.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Nelly, did you have any last thoughts in
yeah,
regard to?
I did. I just want to say that I hope that everyone I met here tonight ends up on juries
Yeah.
because it's you've all been amazing and you're all open-minded and you look at what's put in front of you, and I appreciate every one of you just for having that open mind, and I hope if there are juries in the world you get to be on them.
Amen. Thank you, Nelly, so much. It's wonderful to have you back and great to see you. And I'm looking forward to
Great,
seeing you
thank
again
you for
soon.
having me too, Dago. Thank you. No, no.
Good night.
However,
Miss
however,
J.
I don't think any of us would ever be chosen to be on a jury because we know too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's probably true. That's probably true. Absolutely.
Unless it's a new case that we haven't heard of, but for any of these ones, I don't think we'd ever even be able to be picked because
Welcome,
of
Jeffrey.
our knowledge. Because of our
Right.
knowledge.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. I can. Definitely. So have a wonderful night, Miss Nelly. We'll see you soon, hopefully. And it's great
Yeah.
again to see you back around. I love it. Love it. Love it.
Yes,
Thank
have a good night.
you guys.
Take care, Nelly.
No, no.
Yeah.
Bye bye. And Miss
Well,
JC, your last thoughts on this?
well, thank you for having me again. I appreciate it.
Oh, always, always.
Appreciate you letting me get my thoughts and opinions out there. Um,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
but yeah, it hasn't really changed from the other night. I'm infuriated. It's kind of a mess. I don't know if infuriated is the word, but just absolutely like mind blown and
Yes. Yes.
just absolutely bedazzled
Oh,
by everything, questioning everything, and just it's stressful is what it is.
it is. It is. It's very
And
stressful.
it's
I
a
agree.
mess. It's an absolute mess. It has been a mess, and it's not going to not be a mess. And I think trial's going to be a mess too.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be
It's
an
going to
interesting
be
one.
it's going to be a fiasco.
Agreed.
And I just I want the truth, just like you know.
Yes, ma'am.
And if we have to ask, the different questions, if we have to, what they say is victim blaming and shaming, then so be it. We're not victim blaming. We're not I'm definitely not victim blaming or shaming, but we do have the right to
Yes, ma'am.
ask questions.
Yes, ma'am. We
And that's
do.
just what we are doing, what some people are doing.
That's
And
all.
it's no shaming on anybody. It's just simply questioning, and hopefully we'll get clear answers. I don't even know if we'll get clear answers at trial at this point, but
I can agree.
you know, just wait till trial, and hopefully it can happen, but hopefully if it don't happen, I just pray for justice for these families and that the jury gets it right.
Amen. I
That's
do
all.
agree. That
But
sounds
thank
great,
you for
Daisy.
having me. I'm going to jump down, and
All
you have a
right.
good night.
You too, hon. Have a great night. I'm looking forward to having you again soon. So have a great night, and we'll see you soon.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. And Hemisphere, my friend, first time up here. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you for joining us and giving your input. And any last thoughts for you, my friend?
It's just, you come across something and you go, that's just red flags all over it. From
Oh
the
yeah.
PCA that read like a horror script,
Mm-hmm.
it just didn't add up. And now that we're starting to see that curtain peel back just a little bit, and we're getting a little bit more information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
And we.
very, very narrative driven, but even back then, I couldn't get my head around. Okay, so they found a night sheet sitting below Maddie, and they're in bed, both of them dead. So they got to be bleeding. Now imagine that blood is all over the place,
Of course.
and that bed is done saturated with blood, and all they found was touch DNA.
Yep. Exactly.
There's no blood on the night sheet other than that touch DNA. And then I heard that even Koberger's DNA was not found in Maddie's fingernails
Nope. He's
at
excluded from
all.
that completely.
So the only thing they got on him is that night sheet.
That's it. That is absolutely it. Thank you, sir. You are absolutely correct. And that is a problem, folks. As we have seen once again, everything's been a lie.
Yeah, and
But
hopefully, hopefully this will go the way I'm hoping it will go here pretty soon with this next hearing. But yeah, he can't look away from that affidavit that Sire put out. That was
yeah,
that's exactly what needed to be said right there.
agree.
And I got a feeling that Miss Jennings got a lot to answer for.
Oh, yes. And there's more coming, I believe. I do truly believe. I do. I agree. And yes,
And
Jeff, I can see how you could say that. And I could see that as well, my friend. So, yeah,
so, with
I
that
agree,
being
sir.
said, I appreciate you letting me on this panel. I had a great time listening. So,
Absolutely, sir. Anytime I do this, you're always welcome. Thank you again for joining us. And I'm looking forward to having you again soon. So, you have a
all right,
great night. Thank you
you too.
for supporting the channel. And we will talk to you soon, Hemisphere. All right. All right, guys. And that's going to do it for tonight. Great show as always. Amazing panel, people. I love everybody's thoughts, theories. I love to be able to hear those, actually hear those rather than see them typed. I think a lot of us are in the same boat at this point. A lot of people have come from the guilt side after reading this. I've seen in other, a few other statements I've seen, not just in here, but other places that have been stuck on the guilt side for a long time that are seeing these things now and they're going, no, okay, and they're rolling over to I don't know that he did this now. Okay. So yeah, it's a big thing, folks, and it's a big problem because we've been lied to in a lot of ways. Hold on, you guys. Sorry about this. Come on. There we go. So there's that. And it's a problem. And there's more to come. There's gonna be more to come. I feel there's more coming before the 9th and 10th of April hearings, and definitely more to be coming out before this trial. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of this information, and I really want to know what else there is to it. And I would love, because that's what this channel stands for, is the truth. I would love the truth. This isn't pro burger. This isn't pro this, pro that. It's pro truth and pro justice, and that's what it's all about, you guys, because that's what we all want. Pro justice and real justice for the victims and their families, because that's exactly what they deserve in this situation. That being said, I want to thank everybody that's been here tonight for this. As always, I love and adore each and every single one of you guys for being here, guys. And I want to say again, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. That's so very important. Don't change anything, because you guys are the beautiful people. That being said, guys, I will see you in the morning for the morning show. Everybody in here, please have a wonderful rest of your Sunday night. Please know how much I do love and appreciate each and every one of you in here, more than I can explain in words, guys. And I'm telling you, that is fact. That being said, again, everybody have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, is streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings.